record, please.
Right.
Good morning, Your Honor. Laura Adams, Jonathan Borst, on behalf of the state of Florida.
Good morning, Judge Howard Strudnick, together with Mark Shapiro, Ed Armelino, Janelle Gomez. On behalf of George Pino, also at counsel's table is our expert, Christopher Carentz, because I believe the state's expert is testifying this morning.
Thank you. Mr. Pino, you raise your right hand. Swear from the testimony the truth, the truth, nothing but the truth.
I do.
Thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
All right. We were all very busy over the weekend doing some work and research addressing the potential jury instructions, but I think the issue for this morning briefly will be to address the scope of what would be the next witness's testimony, and having to do with the testimony regarding the navigational rules.
Yes, Your Honor. Good morning again. The state's position is this. Number one, at no time will we ask the state's next witness, Paul Albert, any questions about whether, in his opinion, the defendant violated any navigational rules. So that's off the table. But because he has been an instructor for so many years in boating safety courses and, in fact, in training other Marine Patrol type officers about the navigational rules, and because it is the law that navigational rules must be followed, it was simply my intention to ask him to outline what the navigational rules are, and have him explain they are basically the quote-unquote rules of the road for those that are operating vessels. And then I was just going to ask him about a few of the navigational rules that I think are applicable to this case, specifically Navigational Rule 5, which mandates that, I'm sorry, Judge. Rule 5, which mandates that those operating vessels must keep a proper lookout. Rule 6, which mandates that vessels must be operated at a safe speed for the prevailing conditions. Rule 7, which provides that operators of vessels must take every precaution to avoid the risk of a collision. And Rule 8, which provides that operators of vessels must take every precaution that they can to avoid any kind of a collision. That would be toward the front of his testimony, Your Honor. And then from there, I will begin to go through, his crash reconstruction analysis, the actual extraction of data from the SIMRAD or GPS devices, what his interpretation of that data means, etc. But at no time will he say that the defendant violated any of these 4 rules.
So let's talk generally, though, about, and this flows into the issue of jury instructions as well.
I'm still having trouble hearing you.
This flows into the issue of the jury instructions as well. And I received the defense memo on this point. And do you want to just summarize your position, counsel?
Yes. So this witness is going to be, I guess, trying to lay the law down, which is the court's responsibility, of course. And so we've outlined our position with regard to that issue. The leading case we found was a case called Logan. And so we filed a pleading on that over the weekend, and we would ask that the court simply exclude all of this testimony about rules. Alternatively, there'll come a point in time where the court would, if it's admitting the evidence, give a limiting instruction on how to assess those rules, that mere violation of a navigation rule does not constitute recklessness or culpable negligence, and there are proposed jury instructions on those points.
Right.
and I understand what the state is saying is that in all events, if the court's going to allow the witness to testify, the witness will not be giving any opinions about violations of the rule, and consistent with the state's pretrial motion in limine, will not be asking the witness to give an opinion on whether the operator drove recklessly or culpably negligent, or give any opinion at all about the ultimate issue. So I'll be expecting that will be enforced. Stand by, Judge. And
that's really, the second point that you made, that's really the issue. While it will be over defense objection, I'm going to allow the witness to testify in general about navigational rules and the purpose of navigational rules. Under the circumstances of this case, but I am going to be very clear to the jury so they are not misled by information or testimony regarding navigational rules and ultimately the instruction of the navigational rules, because there is violation of the navigational rule does not rise to the level of the type of recklessness by statute in order to find anyone guilty of a felony. And I was kind of playing around with different types of instructions, but I am going to be ready to give the jury a limiting instruction at the outset of the testimony, or at the point of the testimony. I guess it would be after he's sworn, and after maybe there's some initial questioning of the witness as to, once he starts to discuss navigation rules. So I'm actually both going to help me with that. I understand it's over defense objection, but I am going to allow testimony as long as the witness has been instructed that he is not to give any kind of opinion as to whether or not any navigational rules have been broken, and his interpretation of whether the conduct was or wasn't. Mr. Pino?
He will not, Judge.
Okay.
He will not.
so I couldn't hear that last part?
Whatever the conduct was or wasn't of Mr. Pino is not to give any kind of opinion or statement on the reasonableness of Mr. Pino's conduct.
And so he will not, the witness, be describing anything as, quote, inherently dangerous or anything like that?
No, that's
Correct.
not, that is not, he is not permitted to do that. He's going to provide the information, his knowledge about the information, and that should be the extent. Now, you've outlined 4 specific rules.
Yes, Judge.
Okay, all right. So there's going to be testimony in general about navigation rules.
Correct.
Rules of the road.
Yes.
And then maybe more specifically, but again, this is not, it has to be clear to the jury.
To that end, Your Honor, I know the court was on the bench. When I got the defense motion, I think it was Saturday evening, I took time yesterday to start working on it, but I wasn't able to finalize a response to their reply, and I did file an amended motion for a special jury instruction. And cutting to the chase, Judge, what I would say is this. The Logan case that the defense cites does not per se prohibit the jury from being instructed on, for example, in Logan, there were instructions about running a red light or running a stop sign, things that had happened well before the actual fatal event had happened. And in Logan, the court said that it is not necessarily, and they emphasized the word necessarily, error to instruct the jury on violations of safety statutes in a culpable negligence case, but that proper instructions which advise the jury how to use these statutory violations in evaluating culpable negligence are necessary. They then go on to cite with approval an instruction that was given in a 1972 North Carolina case, but essentially what the court wound up doing, and I quoted from that case in my response, that if the, an unintentional violation of a statute accompanied by reckless or probable consequences of a dangerous nature when tested by the rule of reasonable foresight is not such negligence as imports criminal responsibility. However, if the inadvertent, that is, or the unintentional violation of a prohibitory statute, which I would argue the navigational rules are, be accompanied by reckless or probable consequences of a dangerous nature when tested by the rule of reasonable foresight, amounting altogether to a thoughtless disregard of consequences or a heedless indifference to the rights and safety of others, then such negligence, if death proximately ensues, would be criminal negligence and the actor would be guilty of manslaughter. We talk a little bit differently now than in 72. So what I tried to do is take that language that was approved of in Logan, and this is what I propose for the court to instruct the jury regarding the navigational rules. In the state of Florida, the law requires operators of vessels upon its waters to follow the navigational rules. However, a violation of any of these rules is not sufficient by itself to constitute culpable negligence or recklessness. In order for you to include a violation of any of these rules in your deliberations, you must also find that such a violation was accompanied by a thoughtless disregard of consequences or an indifference to the safety of others and caused or contributed to the cause of Luciana Cristina Fernandez. And I think that kind of bridges the gap between telling the jury just to ignore the navigational rules, which of course can't be done in any scenario, including when we're talking about court proceedings, but it also does not make the mere violation of those rules in and of itself per se reckless or culpable negligence.
Well, but the violation of the navigational rules, they're designated as non-criminal infractions or careless operations or simple negligence.
Right, just like running a stop sign is not criminal, it's an infraction. But certainly if we were trying a vehicular homicide case and part of the recklessness of the driver was that he or she ran a stop sign, is the state not allowed to talk about the fact that the person ran a stop sign? If you ran a stop sign and that proximately caused the death in addition to other factors, the jury should be allowed to take into account the fact that the person ran a stop sign.
Yeah, I mean, again, you have to still prove the higher threshold of the culpable negligence or recklessness, and the jury has to understand that that is your burden and responsibility.
Of course, but that's why this instruction that I've crafted says a violation of any of these rules is not sufficient by itself to constitute culpable negligence or recklessness. So the court is advising the jury, you can't find him guilty just because he's violated navigational rules, but it should be a factor to take into account.
It can be a factor.
Yes, and in order for you to include a violation in your deliberations, you must also find that it was accompanied by a thoughtless disregard of consequences or an indifference to safety of others and caused or contributed to the cause of, in this case, Lucy Fernandez.
So a couple things. First, I think we may be in a better position just to give just a vanilla instruction without getting into the elements of recklessness and or culpable negligence.
I thought for purposes of the witness testimony, this, what you're describing here, and I was working on it also this week as everyone else, I think has the basic principles. Why don't we craft something that perhaps is a little more basic that I can instruct the jury on? So, you have a suggestion?
The state's suggestion would be that perhaps prior to Mr. Albert testifying, the court advised the jurors that they may hear testimony about navigational rules. The violation of any navigational rule by itself does not constitute recklessness nor culpable negligence.
And it's I can maybe include they're explicitly designated as non-criminal infractions.
Why do they need to know that?
Made the testimony about navigational rules, the violation of the navigational rule.
A violation of navigational rule or rules does not by itself constitute recklessness nor culpable negligence. I think that puts it into context. It's simple, it's straightforward, it's an accurate statement of the law, and it limits the jurors from thinking, oh my goodness, we are now hearing what these navigational rules are. We're seeing with our eyes evidence that substantiates that the defendant may have violated those rules, ergo he's automatically guilty. This keeps them from doing that.
It should also be clear, given the case law at Logan, that even a violation of the navigational rule does not necessarily establish negligence. You can violate a rule without putting anybody in danger. So, for example,
I don't know if that's,
yeah, it's not every time. Not every time, for example, to use the. So not every failure of a rule will cause a breach of a duty of care to another person, because that's what typically these rules are designed to do. Let's say a safe speed. If you exceed the speed limit by 1 mile per hour, that's not necessarily negligent, because if 35 miles per hour doesn't constitute.
that it wouldn't rise to the level even of a simple negligence.
Correct.
To that end, Judge, the defendant is not charged with any offense that negligence is the standard for. The defendant is charged with conduct that would either be reckless and or culpably negligent. So bringing in negligence of itself is really not pertinent to the charges that the defendant is facing. So
Well, are there any, ultimately, I don't know if there are any lessers that would be instructed on in this case.
Well, that's still something to be decided once we hear the testimony, because
Well, that also, that, you know, yeah, why would I be bringing in any, you know, simple negligence?
because the word culpable negligence sounds a lot to a jury like negligence, and they need to understand there's degrees of negligence,
Okay.
and that a violation of the rule may not
higher
even rise.
threshold. It's a higher threshold of evidence.
Correct, but even the basic rule violation may not be conclusive of negligence. Like I just said, 36 miles an hour in a 35 zone is not necessarily negligent, because some rules are enforced based on public policy, but not necessarily evincing a disregard of the care of someone else. Otherwise, you get the point.
Made her testimony about navigational rules, the violation of navigational rules does not,
in and of itself, constitute
reckless and or culpable negligence.
I would say recklessness and or culpable negligence.
And so my request would be to add.
Hold on, I'm gonna add something.
So a violation of a navigational rule is not conclusive evidence of even ordinary negligence.
Okay.
I thought we were trying to simplify this. Why are we bringing into this trial a standard that is not what is charged? It makes it more confusing. We're not talking about if he's negligent or not. I would suggest as an alternative to that the court consider something along the lines of any alleged violation of or any possible navigational rule violation is only one factor to take into account in determining whether the defendant was reckless or culpably negligent. But otherwise, I just think it's more than sufficient to tell the jurors that this is a violation of a navigational rule or even violation of multiple navigational rules does not in and of itself constitute reckless or culpably negligent behavior. It just seems like the most basic, simple way to explain it to a jury, and certainly we can flesh that out more in the final instructions that the court gives. But for the purposes of giving the jurors a heads up of how to interpret the testimony they're about to hear, it's an accurate statement of the law.
You know what, I'm comfortable just with the simple sentence there, and then in final instructions, there's going to be more explanation about, and it will depend on whether there's going to be any lessers requested. Any lessers requested as well, it's going to depend on that as well. So I think that I'm going to wait for any further conversation, that any of the detail, I don't want to confuse the jury, and I think that's simple enough not to mislead them as well.
One more rule. So, Judge, we understand you've overruled our request, and we'll, I guess, readdress this at the final instruction phase.
Of course.
And I don't know how long Mr. Albert will be testifying on direct, but I would request that when he's done, if we could take a break then, so I can confer with our expert.
Absolutely.
Thank you, Judge.
Okay. So, I think that was the only matter before the witness comes in to testify.
Ready?
Yes, thank you. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning. How are you all doing today? Good. A good weekend. All right. Anyone discussing this case with anyone else? How about seeing anything in the news about this case or on social media or live stream, television? Has anyone attempted to speak with you or in your presence about the case? You're all wearing your juror badges well displayed? Has anyone conducted any independent research or investigation to attempt to gather information? All right, very well. Ladies and gentlemen, you are ready to proceed. State the next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will call Paul Albert.
Is this already sworn?
Do you swear affirm testimony about to give to be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
Yes, I do. Good morning, Your Honor.
Keep your voice up. Microphone is this way, jury is this way, so they'll have to speak a little bit louder.
Yes, ma'am. Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Your Honor, may I proceed, please? Thank you. Could you please introduce yourself to the members of our jury?
Good morning. My name is Paul Albert.
Can you tell us, what is it that you do for a living?
My full-time job, I'm a lieutenant with the Town of Palm Beach Police Department, where I serve as the internal affairs investigator.
Can you tell us a little bit about the background and experience you've had with that police agency?
Sure. I started with Palm Beach in 2006, and as a patrol officer, I've worked road patrol. I worked road patrol most of my time there, but I've had special assignments on the Marine unit and on the field force team.
What's the field force team?
So field force is we respond to we have Mar-a-Lago in our jurisdiction, and so we have protests. So the field force team is the team that handles crowd control, protests, and those types of things. I served as the field force commander for a bit as a sergeant. I worked as a detective. I've been a sergeant on road patrol as you know, a frontline supervisor, also in the role as lieutenant, as a watch commander in charge of overall patrol operations on night shift. And then I've been in internal affairs now for 4 years.
Were you ever a member of the dive team for that agency?
I still am.
Okay,
Yes.
what does that entail?
Diving.
For fun?
No, we do. We've done some evidence recovery. We've done lately. There's been a big push for illegal anchoring and mooring, and so our dive team will go out and take pictures underwater of illegal mooring structures, and we've removed a lot of illegal mooring structures. So a little bit of everything.
Before you went to the Town of Palm Beach Police Department, were you involved in another law enforcement agency?
Yes.
What was that?
So I started my career right out of college with what was then the Florida Marine Patrol, what's now the Florida Fish and Wildlife Conservation Commission,
Also known as FWC?
FWC.
How long were you with FWC?
I was with FWC from 1993 to 2006.
Can you tell us about your evolution of your career there?
Sure. Almost entirely patrol officer, frontline. The whole time working on boats in a marine capacity. And I spent the first 5 years on the West Coast in the Naples Naples area, Marco Island, patrolling Naples down through the 10,000 Islands, Everglades National Park, and offshore. And then the last 7 in Palm Beach County. And I did a lot of work for FWC. I was a field training officer, so I trained new officers. I was an academy instructor for DUI and DUI, for vessel operations and vessel boardings. I was one of the agency's subject matter experts on marine electronic devices.
What do you mean marine electronic devices?
Like GPSs, radar, navigational tools, electronic navigational tools. I was on the boat selection committee, like the boats was deciding on which boats the agency should use for patrol boats.
Okay. In addition to the police job that you currently have, do you have a private consulting agency?
I do.
Could you please tell the jurors about that?
Yes. It really grew out of mostly my teaching gig. So I do a lot of instruction outside of work, primarily in the marine law enforcement field. Even though I left marine law enforcement in 2006, I never really left marine law enforcement. It's always been like my passion. So I teach classes for the National Association of State Boating Law Administrators, and it started with that really as a I work as an independent contractor for them, so I figured it'd be best to go put it under a business. But then I've pretty much since I left FWC have still been assisting FWC with boating accident investigations with GPS forensics, and over the years I was getting more and more calls to do stuff like I'm doing right now, testifying in court and assisting. And over the past few years, I've started branching into a little bit of civil liability cases too. So all that kind of falls under my business.
Will you occasionally be hired to evaluate a boating crash and, render opinions about how the crash occurred, what things could have been done to prevent the crash, and write reports about your findings?
Yes.
Let's talk a little bit also about any recreational boating experience you've had.
Sure.
Can you tell the jurors about that?
I'm a born and raised Floridian in West Palm Beach. I'm in the hospital. I was born right on the Intracoastal Waterway, and I started boating at an early age. I started running boats on my own in my early teenage years. I was operating boats before I could operate a car. I owned my first boat before I owned my first car. I've operated boats from all the way out to the Dry Tortugas off Key West, all the way up through the Panhandle of Florida, from the backwaters of the Everglades out to 100 miles plus offshore, along the western Bahamas, in every conceivable manner of condition, from the most beautiful, spectacular days to the most terrifying, unbelievably rough lightning cracking down around me, scared out of my wits days.
Can you tell the jurors a little bit about your educational background and your training?
Sure. I have a degree in criminology from Florida State University, a master's degree in organizational leadership from Palm Beach Atlantic University. I went to the Marine Patrol Academy right out of college, and then I got my captain's license in my 20s. I think it was around 27 or so. So I went to sea school to learn the ins and outs of the requirements for passing the Coast Guard exam. I've been to all manner of training related to marine law enforcement, accident reconstruction. I learned boating accident reconstruction in the academy, and then through an advanced level course that the agency put on internally for its own officers. I've been to the NASBLA, National Association of State Boating Law Administrators, Level 1 and Level 2 advanced course. I'm now a subject matter expert for the Level 2 course and teach GPS forensics for the Level 2 course. I've been to DUI instructor school. I'm sure I'm missing a lot.
That's okay. I want to ask you if a couple of months ago, so you wound up going to a training environment in Tennessee, and if you could tell the jurors a little bit about that.
Sure. So, well, it wasn't a training environment, so to speak. It was we were doing work to improve our training delivery. So it was actually the second time that I've done it, but the time most recently was just a few weeks ago, beginning of May. We went to Nashville and we conducted staged boat collisions. And it's Coast Guard grant funded and through NASBLA and some of the states. And we got boats and motors that were donated to us from Mercury Marine. And so my portion of it was, of course, GPS forensics. I installed GPSs from all the major manufacturers in each of the boats that we intentionally crashed. And then we put all manner of GoPro cameras in every conceivable location. We had drone footage. We had crash dummies with G sensors on them, all to gather data so that we could further our own knowledge about boating accident investigation and also for training. And then these boats, we did 3 separate scenarios. And these boats we use in the Level 2 class, the Advanced Boat Crash Reconstruction course. It's project based, so the students come in and they get several days of training, and then the students are teamed up in groups, and they're assigned 2 boats, and so that the students go out and they inspect the boats and they inspect the damage, and they're given the GPS data that was recovered from the boats, and then they do their own independent analysis, and they're required to do like a PowerPoint presentation in front of the class as kind of their final project to finish the class.
You mentioned something about the National Association of State Boating Law Administrators.
Yes.
NASBLA.
NASBLA.
It's a mouthful, right?
Yes.
Can you talk a little bit about your work with that agency in terms of forensic GPS analysis?
Yes. So, excuse me. So NASBLA is an organization comprised of representatives from all 50 states in every U.S. territory, and they work specifically on boating safety initiatives all around the country. They have a program, the BOAT program, that teaches, they have a menu of courses that they deliver to local, state, and federal law enforcement. And so a couple of years after I left FWC, NASBLA came to me and asked if I could produce a GPS forensics course for their organization, which I did. And so that course has been in place since 2013, and it's kind of a one-of-a-kind course, and we teach to state, local, and federal law enforcement all around the country We have an ongoing contract now with the Coast Guard. I'm teaching 3 classes a year to Coast Guard personnel. I've taught at the Federal Law Enforcement Training Center to the instructors at FLETC. I've delivered the course to Homeland Security and Secret Service in D.C. And I don't know what the tally is for state and locals, but hundreds and hundreds of officers around the states.
How did you get so invested, I guess, in GPS data and recovery of it and analysis of it?
Funny enough, it grew out of my passion for fishing. When I was living in Naples, I started doing a lot of offshore fishing there, and this is in the mid '90s. And the legacy previous navigation system that boaters used was Loran. And in the mid-90s, GPS started to come on scene, and I had all my fishing spots in Loran coordinates, and I was trying to figure out how I could convert all these Loran coordinates into GPS latitude and longitude, and I started experimenting with some computer programs that were out there even in those early days. And although I was unsuccessful in being able to convert all my fishing spots, I realized that the GPS devices generated and stored a lot of really relevant data to me as a Marine conservation officer and boating accident investigator. And so I started using it in my day-to-day work, and then it kind of grew and grew and grew and grew. But it started internally and just using it on my cases, and then I was helping other officers with their cases, and then I started helping other agencies, and it just kept on building.
Over the years, since you were looking for the fishing spots
Yes.
with using GPS, have you seen the development of GPS technology develop?
It's unbelievable, the technology that we have today. I mean, when I started, the GPS devices and the Loran devices that I was using literally would tell me there was literally an arrow that would point, you need to turn left, you need to turn right to stay on a straight course, and you're basically running a straight course. You can now integrate these newer systems have bird's eye view imagery on them. You can overlay radar. You can put all the navigational data from the markers and channels and everything on there. You can integrate it with your autopilot system and literally push a button, and the boat will drive you to a fishing spot. And when I first started, when we would go out to a fishing spot, some of the spots over on the West Coast it's critically important that you get really close so you're dropping your lines to like a small wreck or small ledge or a hole. So accuracy is critical. So back then, there was a feature in place with the GPS system called selective availability, where the government used to degrade the system for civilian users. And what we would have to do is go out and we would drop a buoy on the given location on the GPS, and we would do kind of a search pattern off of that to locate the actual spot that we knew was there somewhere in that close proximity, and drop a second buoy on that and fish that. Now, with the current system, with differential options that are incorporated into the GPSs, you're literally most of the time within a couple of meters of the spot. So essentially, when your GPS tells you you're there, it's under your boat. It's right there.
Have you ever used GPS in your car?
I do, yeah.
Would you say that GPS that you use, like with Waze or with maps, is as good as GPS that would be used on a boat?
GPS is GPS regardless. The system is working off of signals from Department of Defense satellites, and the system is really good. And so the quality of what you're seeing on the screen depends a little bit on the quality of the device and how good it can read the signals, and also the quality of the map that you're projecting the data onto. The data is good. The question is, how good is the map that you're projecting it onto?
Well, let's talk a little bit then about whether or not, even as good as the data is from GPS, if it's ever safe for a person who's operating a boat to just rely on that GPS data.
It's not prudent any time to rely on one source of information to navigate. You should always be looking at using all available means to navigate safely.
Are you familiar with a term called the navigational rules?
Yes.
Can you explain to the members of the jury, have you ever trained anyone in the navigational rules?
I have.
Can you explain a little bit about that?
Sure. So one of the courses that I teach for NASBLA is the boat crew member course, and it's Coast Guard curriculum. It's the same course that they teach to their guys when they're learning how to be a crew member on a boat and how to operate a boat. Basic boating 101, from dropping an anchor to pulling away from the dock. But we talk about the navigation rules in the basic crew member course.
Are the navigational rules required to be followed by anybody that's boating in the waters of the state of Florida?
Everywhere, yes.
Where do these navigational rules come from?
So there's two sets. There's the international and the inland. And the international has been in place since 1972, and it was agreed upon by international agreement. And then the inland rules, which very closely mirror the international rules with a few minor differences. They were adopted, I think, in 1980 by Congress, and it applies to all boats on U.S. waters, on the inland waters. And then most of the individual states have adopted the federal rules as part of their state laws.
Do you have to take a test like you do for a driver's license to prove that you know the navigational rules?
Unfortunately, no.
Okay.
Well, let me back up a little bit. If you were born, I think the date is January 1st, 1988 or 89. If you're born after that date in the state of Florida, you have to take a boater safety test and get a boater safety ID card. Those courses range from an online to an in-person, but it's not a license per se. If Paul was making the rules, you would have to have a license to operate a boat in the state of Florida.
I want to ask you about Navigational Rule 5. Are you familiar with that one?
Let me go ahead and instruct the jury.
Yes, Judge, thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, you're going to hear some testimony about navigational rules. I am instructing you that a violation of a navigational rule or rules does not in and of itself constitute recklessness and or culpable negligence. Right?
Thank you, Judge. Are you familiar with Navigational Rule number 5?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jurors, what is Navigational Rule number 5?
Navigation Rule 5 is often referred to as the first rule of boating, and it is lookout. And essentially, Navigation Rule 5 says you have to watch where you're going all the time, and you have to use all available means, including sight and hearing and any other available means to you, to determine if there's a risk of collision.
Okay. Are you familiar with Navigational Rule number 6?
Yes.
Please explain what that rule is.
Navigation Rule 6 is titled Safe Speed, and Navigation Rule 6 says that everybody is required to operate at a safe speed, and that speed is determined by your ability to see and recognize the potential for collision and have time to take action to avoid a collision.
Are you familiar with Navigational Rule number 7?
Yes.
What is that rule?
Navigation Rule 7 kind of dovetails with Navigation Rule 5, and it says that you have to use all available means to assess the risk of collision. And so in many ways, it's a lot like Rule 5 for the lookout. It just goes into greater detail, saying that you have to use all available means at your disposal to identify a potential risk of collision. And then it goes into some further detail about the use of electronic devices, navigation systems, specifically radar and radar settings.
What about Navigational Rule 8? Can you explain what that rule provides?
Yes. Navigation Rule 8 says that you have to, in addition to the other rules, you have to take early and substantial action to avoid a collision. So on on the waterways, it's not always easy to determine what the guy that's coming towards you is going to do or what their intentions are. It's not like the road where you have, traffic lanes and dividers and medians and whatnot. And so it's not always readily available. So what Rule 8 says is that you have to take early action and substantial action so that the other boat that's coming towards you understands what your intentions are. So you don't just make small course adjustments. You have to make big course adjustments so that the other boater can understand, hey, he's turning to the right or he's turning to the left.
Are you familiar with the term allision?
Yes.
Allision.
Yes,
Is an allision a type of collision?
it is.
Can you explain that?
Allision is really a nautical term, and it relates to a vessel that hits a fixed or stationary object.
Are you familiar with a body of water called the Cutter Bank Channel?
Yes,
Have you ever been there yourself?
I have.
Do the navigational rules that you've just described for us apply to boats operating through the Cutter Bank Channel?
The inland rules apply there.
So anyone operating through the Cutter Bank Channel would be expected under the laws of Florida to keep a proper lookout?
Yes,
Also to operate for a safe speed for the conditions?
yes,
To keep lookout to avoid the risk of colliding with anything?
well, they're required to always assess the risk of collision
And also to avoid a collision with anything?
and take action to avoid a collision. Yes.
Whether it's a boat or a fixed object?
Yes,
Okay. Is the Cutter Bank Channel a part of the Intercoastal Waterway?
it is.
Can you explain to the jurors, what is the ICW as it's sometimes referred to?
It's basically the nautical equivalent of I-95. It's a channel that runs along most of the eastern seaboard of the United States, from I think New Jersey all the way south around Florida, up the coast of Florida to Texas.
Now, the Cutter Bank Channel, did you ever measure how long it is?
It's about it's a little less than 2 miles, about 1.5 miles, mile and 3/4,
Okay.
1.8 I think it is.
1.8 regular miles?
I think it's 1.8 statute miles, maybe 1.6 nautical. I'd have to
Okay.
give or take.
About how wide is it?
About 150 feet.
Is it considered under the rules a quote-unquote narrow channel?
Yes.
Objection, objection. Objection, Your Honor.
Yes.
Okay, even though it's, well, about how many feet wide would you say it is?
It depends on which part of it. I mean, I would say average between 150 and 170 feet
I mean,
wide.
that's
yes.
a fair distance. Why would that be considered narrow under the rules?
Because you have to consider what the water looks like north and south of it. So Cutter Bank is a shallow bank across the southern end of Biscayne Bay, and it really is the southern boundary of Biscayne Bay. South of Cutter Bank is Card Sound. And so you have this shallow body of water, and then you have the dredged channel that goes right through the middle of it. And a lot of boats can only navigate through the marked channel where there's a known specific water depth. They can't cross the channel, or they can't cross the shallow parts of the bank. So you have, once you get through the channel, either going north or south, it opens up really wide. So it kind of, all the traffic funnels down into Cutter Bank Channel and then opens up on the other side. And so you have to be there. You have all that channel being confined to this one section of waterway, and you have to take into consideration the maneuverability of those boats. Some of these might be motor yachts that need a substantial amount of space to maneuver, so that's why it would be considered a narrow channel.
When traversing a channel, there's not like a yellow painted line like we have on the roadways to separate who's on what side. Is that fair to say?
Yes.
But are there quote-unquote rules of the road that dictate which side of a channel a vessel should be operating on?
Yes.
What is that?
You stay to the right.
Now, you're here today for a crash that involved a Robalo vessel that was about 29 feet long and it had a hull ID of RO, B like boy, S like Sam, 0144A919. Are you familiar with that vessel?
If it's the green Robalo vessel that I've been out to inspect, yes, I'd have to take your word for it on the, I don't have the whole ID number memorized.
You don't? Did you make a note of it in any of your reports, though?
I did, yes.
Okay. I won't hold you to the exact, but can you explain to the jurors, what is a hull ID?
It's like the VIN number on your car.
What do you mean?
It's a 12-digit number that's stamped into your boat. There's one obvious one on the back of the boat, and then there's always at least one concealed somewhere on the boat. And it's just a means of tracking and identifying boats.
I'm going to show you an exhibit that's in evidence. It's state number 68. You recognize this boat?
I do, yes.
And this is at Robalo?
Yes.
Did you personally inspect that vessel?
I did, yes.
Do you remember when?
September of this past year, I believe it was.
Okay.
I have to look at my notes.
If you need to look at your notes
Sure.
to refresh your memory, just let us know you're doing so. Just don't read from your notes.
I won't read from
But this
them.
isn't a
Yeah.
memory test.
Sure. I have it March 7th, 2025.
Okay. Were you the only person present for that inspection of the vessel?
No, defense counsel and some of their team were there as well.
Okay. And was Lieutenant Thompson there as well?
Yes.
For the record, I'm showing counsel states 5B. Yes, that's okay. Mr. Albert, I'm showing you a flash drive, and it's got an evidence tag of it of 5V for identification. I want to ask you if you've reviewed the contents of this flash drive, if they accurately depict either photographs that you've taken or seen, as well as videos, and also the GPS analysis that you conducted in this case.
Yes,
And how do you know that that jump drive contains those articles?
because I initialed it.
Your Honor, at this time I would move 5V for identification and evidence.
One more, Your Honor. Judge, subject to it being published, we have no authenticity objection. We'll just wait to see what is being offered.
Very well.
5B, marked for identification, State's Exhibit 114.
For the record, I'm going to publish states 5V, image 1, Robalo vessel. Your Honor, may the witness have permission to step down?
Yes. Let's keep your voice up.
Forgive me. What exhibit number are we on now?
This is States 5B, it's photograph number 1 on the junk drive.
It's image.
Oh,
image
it's
114.
114, sorry, 114.
So to clarify, this is State's Exhibit in Evidence 114,
Photo 1.
Photo 1. Thank you.
Mr. Albert, does this photograph depict the Robalo vessel that you saw in March of last year?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I'm going to ask you, let's go to the next photograph, photograph 2 on this exhibit. I noticed toward the bow of the boat, there's some plastic. Can you explain what that is?
That's the shrink wrap cover that was over the boat for the time since the incident.
Also, I want to ask you, what kind of engines did that boat have?
Those are Yamaha outboard engines. I believe they're 300 horsepower each.
So now we can stop and I'm going to ask you some more questions. Did you make note of the length of this vessel?
Yes.
What was it?
It's 29 feet.
What is the beam of the vessel?
I believe it's 10 feet 6 inches.
What does beam mean when it comes to vessel anatomy?
The width of the boat at its widest point.
Does it have what's known as draft up and draft down?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jurors what is draft up and draft down?
The
And if
outboard,
you need to step
Sure.
down, if the witness has permission, if you need to step down to explain.
the motors on the back of the boat, they have a trim and tilt function. They can trim them up and trim them down. So draft up is the boat floating in water with the engines tilted up. Draft down is the boat floating in water with the engines trimmed all the way down.
Now, what would be the top speed essentially for a vessel of this structure equipped with two 300 horsepower engines? What would you expect the top speed of a vessel like that to be?
In the mid-50s.
Okay.
Their advertised, I think, speed in the documents is 54 to 55 under a test load.
Okay. What is a test load?
Probably a couple of guys on the boat with a small amount of fuel, maybe a half a tank of fuel. I don't know what their standard is for measuring, but probably not topped off with fuel with a lot of equipment on board. A light load.
Oh, so not a load of, say, 14 people?
Correct.
Did you bring a model boat with you so that you could
Yes.
explain to the jurors
I did.
what additional people on a vessel can do in terms of its ability to traverse through water?
Sure. So how fast you can go on this boat is dependent on the weight of the load that you're carrying, as well as how the load is placed on the boat.
Okay. Can you show the jurors using that? And you can step a little closer. It's a long distance between you and the jurors. Can you explain what, let's say if there was a total of 14 people on a vessel of this type of, configuration. You had a couple of people here on the back, and then you had a couple of people by the center console.
Yeah.
So that's going to be 4. So then you basically are going to have 10 people, 3 across the bench, and then the remaining 7 along the bow. Can you explain to the jurors how that's going to impact that vessel's ability to travel at top speeds?
Sure. So the overall performance of the boat is highly dependent on the friction that it encounters when it's running across the surface of the water. So under the test load that they're talking about, the boat is riding kind of on a smooth surface of water, and really for the best performance, you're really just riding on the back half of the boat. You have the boat trimmed up, and the engine trimmed in a manner that the propeller is running parallel to the surface of the water, minimizing the friction of the bottom contact with the water. So when you place a heavy load on the bow, it pushes the bow down, And in addition to having to move more water overall, it's also pushing more surface area down for the boat to push through the water, and it slows the boat.
Okay. Now, for that particular robalo, is there a rule or a statute that governs how many people are allowed to be on that vessel when it is going through the waters?
So the Coast Guard mandates that anything less than 20 feet have a capacity plate affixed to it that tells you you're allowed to have X number of people and some particular amount of weight. The Marine Manufacturers Association, I think, as a standard, bumps that up to 26 feet. And so you'll see larger boats with capacity plate on them. And then above 26 feet, and this boat in particular is what they call yacht rated. So there's no numerical number that limits the boater's option to load it. Like there's not a capacity limit for people.
When you went to inspect this vessel in March of last year, did you actually go on the vessel?
I did.
Did you have the opportunity to envision 14 people, maybe not of your size,
Right.
but like 14 people of maybe shorter stature,
Yes.
some of whom are maybe 17-year-old girls,
Yes.
most of them 17-year-old girls. Could they all fit on that boat?
It'd be a tight squeeze.
But they could.
In theory, yes. Well, obviously they did, but yes.
Would having, even if the 10 girls that were in the front portion of the boat, would having 10 girls affect the ability of that boat to hit that 54 or 55 mile an hour top rated speed?
Absolutely.
In your opinion, would that add almost 1,000 pounds to the bow of the boat?
It would.
From having been on that vessel, did you ever stand like at the captain's helm or, where the operator of the boat would be?
Yes.
Did you have the opportunity to look and see whether there were any blind spots or things that would keep someone from seeing what's ahead of them?
There's a little bit, yes.
Okay. What is that?
May I?
Yes.
There's these support structures here that are holding the top up, and then
No, it's okay, Renee. Thank you so much. But oh, can everybody see or no?
yeah,
I just don't want you to have to keep.
No, it's okay.
No, I got to.
You have the support structures that are holding up the T-top, and you also have to maintain a 360-degree lookout. So a little bit with these here, and when you're my size electronics box.
Okay. Is there any reason why the operator of that vessel can't see what's right in front of them?
No.
Your Honor, at this time I would ask if the court would please read Court Exhibit Number 1.
Ladies and gentlemen, by stipulation, the parties in this case have agreed to enter into a stipulation or agreement regarding the Robalo vessel which was involved in this case. The parties have agreed that on the date of September 4th, 2022, prior to impact with the channel marker, the vessel was in proper working order. That is marked as a court exhibit.
When you observed this vessel, was it at the FWC yard?
Yes.
When you did that, did you have the opportunity to review the damage to that vessel and try to assign that damage and to understand how that damage was basically, put into place as a result of a crash?
Yes, I did.
I'm going to ask if you'd be able to step down for a moment and talk to us a little bit For the record, I'm now going to show the jury photograph 3, front starboard damage. And I have this little pointer if you need to use it.
Yep.
Can you see? Mr. Albert, can you talk to us about the initial point of impact, this vessel and the channel marker?
Yes. So this is first contact right here. And then if you look carefully down here, there's this green is transferred from the dayboard, the green sign on top of the steel beam, which is the channel marker. And you can see some black transfer from the actual steel pole. And then there's also black transfer and impact damage down here, diagonally stern, basically back down the boat.
What does that tell you about the actual movement of the vessel as it strikes that channel marker? And by the way, did you bring another boat to try to help explain
I
this?
did. So,
I'll get that for you.
okay. And if you grab the little can.
Sure.
Sorry. I got one wrong, I can get it for you.
That's okay. We got it. Go ahead.
Okay. Prop channel marker. So we know that the channel marker in this case stays upright, which is really surprising to me because usually they go down. But you have a straight up and down channel marker, but you have a diagonal impact. And the reason for that is because boats are made out of fiberglass and they respond a lot differently to the forces of an impact than a car do. So a car is made of metal and it's crunched like that, and then it stays crunched, right? A boat is made out of fiberglass, which is essentially plastic, like this plastic sheet. And it'll crunch, but then it'll try to return back to its normal condition. But what happened in this case is when this Robalo struck the channel marker, it hits kind of like this, but then the front of the boat flexes. It flexes upwards and probably twisted it to the right. And that's how you get this diagonal impact right here. And you have to imagine too that this green transfer is on this sign, which is on the top of the pole, and you got to picture in your head how high this boat had to, how much flex there was in here. It was incredibly powerful, a lot of force involved in this collision. And so the bow flexing upwards and twisting to the right, along with the boat continuing to push through the channel marker, and the channel marker going down the side of the boat is what causes the rest of this really just incredibly catastrophic damage on the side of the boat.
Showing the jurors now photograph number 4. Can you explain to the jurors what this shows?
So this is the fiberglass matting that's on the inside of the boat. And then this is what's called gel coat, which is a nice shiny smooth surface on the outside. You can see that those have delaminated. This right here is called a lifting straight, and it's essentially like a V-shaped extrusion that comes out of the bottom of this boat. And what that does is it channels the water down all when you're accelerating and gives the boat like hydrodynamic lift to get it up on a plane and skimming across the surface of the water. So you can see that there's multiple cracks down this lifting straight, and that's from the flex of the bow of the boat causing the separation and the loss of this chunk of gel coat along here.
Mr. Albert, I'm showing you State's Exhibit number 11, which is in evidence, and it is a diagram of the seating charts for this Robalo on September 4th, 2022.
Yes.
On this diagram, if you're holding it with the bow of the boat at the top, where would the bulk of the damage be to that Robalo?
It starts right about here, and then it runs all the way down the side, down here.
If that's the case, which passengers would you expect to see most likely to absorb some of that impact?
Everybody is absorbing impact in this case, everybody. But the passengers seated along the starboard side here are closest to the force, and they're going to probably see a lot of force.
So the passenger that's number 10, you can come closer because that's a smaller exhibit.
Yeah.
The passenger number 10, Katy, passenger 9, Lucy, and passenger 2, Mia,
Yeah.
would you expect them to have potentially more injuries than the people that were in the center console or on the port side of the vessel?
Yes.
And just finally, with this model day marker and this vessel, can you try to show to the jurors how the actual impact would have occurred? Or, I can't say definitively, you obviously weren't there, but based on your examination of the evidence.
In order to really demonstrate it, this would have to be like flexible, right? And this is a rigid piece of plastic that I made with a 3D printed, so I can't truly show you what it did. But so you have to imagine that if the impact is right here, and the bow of this boat is going to flex upwards like this, and it's going to strike the sign and knock the sign off, and then it's going to ride down the side of the boat as the momentum of the boat continues forward like that.
Thank you. All right, now let's talk a little bit about GPS. You've spoken a bit about your experience teaching GPS, how you got involved in doing GPS analysis. Can you tell us about how many times you've downloaded data from a GPS device, analyzed it to determine what a boat's prior history tracks would be?
I don't have a running log, but it's hundreds and hundreds of times in cases that range from a murder trial in Palm Beach on the road using a road GPS to dozens and dozens of smuggling cases and hundreds of boating accidents.
In the case involving that Robalo vessel that we saw, were you contacted by FWC and asked to assist with recovering data from the navigation systems it had on board?
Yes.
When were you first contacted and asked to do that by FWC?
The day after the crash.
What was your understanding at that point of where the vessel was?
It was relayed to me that it was still in the water on the bottom of Biscayne Bay, and the initial inquiry was like, hey, we've got this boat and the GPSs are underwater. Do you think you can get data out of them?
Did you give them any suggestions or advice on what to do once that vessel was recovered from the waters of the bay?
Yes. Water intrusion alone in the GPS doesn't necessarily mean that it's broken. So I told them to, FWC didn't do the recovery. They had a contractor come out and do the recovery. But I told them to instruct the contractor to be really careful to not further inflict any physical damage on the GPSs during the recovery process. And then I told them as soon as they got that boat on the trailer back at the dock that they needed to take those GPSs out of the boat and put them back in water and bring them up to me in water.
Why in water?
Okay. Like I said, water alone doesn't break the device. What breaks the device, especially with salt water, is corrosion. And corrosion can start taking effect immediately after it dries. So as soon as this device, if this device were allowed to dry, it could within hours, literally hours, start to corrode and cause problems that would be beyond my scope of being able to download it.
Were the navigation devices from that vessel in fact delivered to you?
Yes,
What brand of device was it?
they're SIMRADs.
Okay. When did you get those?
The day after they called me, so I believe it was the 6th of September.
Did you note the dates in your
I
report?
did, yes.
Okay. Again, it's not a memory test. If you need to look at your notes to remember
Sure.
details, it's
Yep.
okay.
My bad. I got them on the 7th.
Okay.
Yep.
So you understand the crash happens on the 4th?
Yes.
FWC contacts you on the 5th?
Yes.
The vessel is recovered or salvaged on the 6th, and then
Yes.
you get them that next day?
Yes.
Can you describe for the members of the jury, what is the specific brand name of this device? I know you said they're SIMRADs. Do they have a model number?
It is, the model is let me look it up for you. It's an Evo 3, NSS is the model. Let's see here. The specific model is the NSS 12 Evo 3. EVO.
Is that device known as a multifunctional device?
Yes.
What are the multifunctions that it can do?
It can do a lot. It can display GPS data in several different ways. You can use like a traditional paper chart style view. You can use bird's eye imagery. You could do a combination of both. You can also display engine performance data. You can put like your tachometers and fuel gauges. Those can be displayed. You can display sonar. You can display radar. You can play video through them. You can use them as an entertainment, like for playing music, and you can control all those through the multifunction displays.
Would you tell the jurors, what was the condition of these SIMRAD devices when you first get them from FWC?
So they brought them up to me in a cooler full of water wrapped in a beach towel. And when I took them out of the water, there's no obvious physical damage, and I couldn't see. Sometimes you can see water in the LED screen. Couldn't see that, but the one in particular, when I rocked it back and forth, I could hear water sloshing back and forth.
Was that a surprise to you at all, that it would have water in it?
No. They are surprisingly resilient. I mean, I've seen some of these devices take really substantial impacts and be submerged in water. But in this case, this was obviously catastrophic, and it did get water. It was in the water for an extended period, too.
In order to try to extract any data that may have been recorded or stored in those devices, can you tell the jurors what is it you had to do?
Well, first I had to see if I was even going to be able to do it, because if the GPS floods with water while it's energized, while there's electricity going through the circuits, it's going to blow up. The circuits are going to be fried, and that's beyond my scope of being able to repair it. I would have to send it out to a lab that I work with and do what's called chip-off extraction. It's much more tedious and expensive. But so my first step was I opened them up and inspected the interior components. I did not see any signs of any damage inside, other than they were wet. So I disassembled them, and I flushed them out with deionized water, and I have a desk-mounted magnifying glass. I went through and cleaned it all with alcohol and made sure there was no kind of debris on any of the circuits, and then I coated the boards with a product that's made specifically for it. It's essentially WD-40 for electronics.
And Did those steps help guard against any corrosion setting in on these SIMRAD devices?
I mean, one of my primary goals was to preserve the device. Yes,
Did these devices have serial numbers?
they did.
I bet you don't have them memorized.
No, I don't.
Could you tell us, though, what those are so we can be
Yes.
sure that we're talking about the same SIMRAD devices that Lieutenant Pomar has testified about?
Yep.
First, I'll ask you about the port device.
Sure. So the port device, which is the one on the left, the serial number was 118786787.
And did you also make note of the serial number for the starboard
Yes,
SIMRAD
I
device?
did. It was 118786796.
I'm sorry, I didn't realize number.
Oh, sorry about that. I'm going to read it all the way back. 118786796.
For the record, I'm showing the jury now image 6. I'm going to read you a serial number. You tell me if this is the port or the starboard. The last two digits are 87.
Yes,
It's serial number 118786787.
yes.
Which device is that?
The port GPS.
And did you in fact see photographs of that exhibit?
I did.
Can you take a moment and tell us if this is, based on that serial number, the SIMRAD device that you analyzed?
Yes, this is the serial number here, and this is the model right there.
And this is the left port or the right starboard?
It's the left port.
Okay, and then directing our attention now to photograph 7. Is this the same serial number as for the starboard?
796, yes, and then this is the model right there.
Okay. When did you first try to recover data from those two SIMRAD devices?
It was a couple days later, so they need to dry. Once so I have them all taken apart, and I put them out to dry. I let the components out to dry. There's a lot of different ways you can dry them. I'm pretty much an old school guy. Put them out with a fan blowing across them. And I knew that this was a very important. Like there was a lot riding on this case. I tried to get them up and running as soon as I could. So I gave it an attempt a couple days later, and I was able to retrieve data, but they were malfunctioning. So I didn't want to. I couldn't do a full, thorough analysis.
So what did you do at that point?
I let them dry longer.
Okay.
Yeah.
When did you try again?
A couple of weeks later. Let's see there. So my first attempt was on September 13th, and then my full examination was on October 8th.
So on October the 8th of 2022?
Yes.
Were you in fact successful this time in extracting data from either of these two SIMRAD devices?
Yes, they both powered up and function normally. You can see a little bit of like water damage in the screen of one of the devices, but otherwise worked as it should. And I went through and checked all the settings and then extracted the data.
When a device like this is first powered up, is there any kind of a warning to the user of this type of equipment that is given?
Typically there is. I think all the manufacturers have something like that.
Can you describe what you're talking about?
Yeah, I mean, it's basically a disclaimer that says, use good judgment, don't use this as your only means of navigation, make safe decisions, stuff like that.
Kind of like if you turn on your car and the screen says,
Yeah,
be aware of your surroundings.
keep your eyes on the road, and yeah, same type of thing.
Once you saw that these devices could power up, did you in fact then begin the process of downloading that data?
Yes.
Can you explain how you do that?
Sure, it's really not hard. all of the data is stored internally on a memory chip, and it's just a few keystrokes through the menu. You just have to know which menu items to pick, and you save it all onto an SD card. In this case, I think it's a micro SD card.
Okay. Do you have what's known as an evidence copy and a working copy of SD cards?
Yes.
Can you explain the difference?
Sure. So my normal practice and what I teach everybody is you want to preserve the data in its original form so that anybody else that's looking at it later will reach the same conclusion that you are. And so what I do is I download the data onto an SD card, and then I pull that out, and I will typically plug it into my computer just to make sure that I was successful. And I don't even open the file, I just make sure that the file is on the card, and then I provide that to the investigator in this case, and that's their evidence copy that they, I believe, typically create a new evidence number and enter that into their evidence system. And then I do the same process again for what I call a working copy, and that's the copy that I'm going to keep and plug into my computer and upload onto my computer and analyze the data.
Now, once you get that data, do you just, I don't know, open the card and it tells you what the last trails of the boat were?
No.
Is there some analysis of that data that has to take place?
There is.
Can you talk to us a little bit about what is it that you have to analyze in order to get relevant information, like what was the speed or the distance or the heading of a vessel on a given date and time?
Sure. So, first of all of the GPS manufacturers use their own proprietary file format. So, in a lot of cases, you plug it in, your computer's not even going to recognize what the file type is. So you have to know which programs to use and how to get it into a usable format. And then you can, it's not terribly difficult to put it into, say, Google Earth, or in my case, I use Garmin Basecamp, which is my program of choice for downloading and analyzing data. And you can visually see the track lines on a map or on a Google Earth image, but what matters is the details. So each one of these track points, so the device generates track points, and the track points are what store the date and time and speed and direction and that type of thing.
Now, if a person was not experienced in interpreting the data that came from a GPS device like this SIMRA device, would that person potentially run the risk of being inaccurate in describing the speed, the heading, the time and location of where the actual track points are?
They could certainly make wrong conclusions.
Now, what about if a person does know how to interpret that data? Could that person deliberately misinterpret it to give an inaccurate representation of where that vessel had traveled?
The programs that I'm using that I teach other people to use are civilian grade, like consumer level programs. Garmin Basecamp, which is an amazing tool for analyzing stuff, literally is a free download from the Garmin site. Anybody can get, right? But it doesn't have the protection built into it that like computer forensic software does. And so an unscrupulous examiner could alter the data.
Now, just so we can kind of get a better sense of what's actually happening when a GPS device is on a boat as it's navigating its way, if that device is turned on and is working properly, can you explain the method by which we are getting these track points that we've been talking about? How is it that somehow a satellite knows where that vessel is?
Well, the satellites don't know.
Okay.
So when you turn on a GPS, it starts listening for signals from the satellites. And once it hears enough signals from the satellites, the GPS device can calculate its position on the face of the Earth. In 3 dimensions, it can calculate altitude as well. And most GPSs, most modern GPSs, once it has established its location, will start recording where it is and where it has been. And so even though most of us use GPSs to navigate from one place to another, it's also like a data logger that's recording where you have been. And that can be important for boaters because sometimes you need help getting back to where you started from. It's not like on the road, right? And so it will drop track points along the way, kind of like a digital breadcrumb trail of where the device has been.
What is it that causes a track point to be dropped into the device?
It depends. There's 3 different ways. There's you can set your device to drop track points by time, and so you can go, like when you buy a GPS, you can go into the menu when you're setting it up and getting it going the first time. You can set it up so that it drops track points on time, and you can select the intervals from like literally 1 second intervals out to hours or even days. The other option is for distance. So the device will drop a track point every time it measures it has traveled X number of feet, X number of miles, so on and so forth. But the overwhelming majority of people use it right out of the box in the factory default mode, and the different manufacturers call it different things, but it's basically an auto, or like Garmin calls it resolution. I think Simrad calls it auto, Garmin calls it resolution. And essentially what that does is it tries to maximize the space available for storing track data, and each manufacturer has their own like secret sauce, like a formula to decide when to automatically drop track points. And the one thing they all have in common is that the track points are dropped based on changes in speed and direction.
When you examined the port or the left Simrad device, were there any historical track lines, meaning from prior to the date of this crash, which was September 4th of 2022?
Yes, there was a substantial amount of historical data.
And when you looked at that data, were you able to see overall where that vessel had been traveling with that port Simrad device operating?
Yes.
Where?
Pretty much the same area over and over again. Northern Key Largo, Biscayne Bay, up to Elliott Key.
Let me show you an exhibit that is states number 2 in evidence. May the witness step down, Your Honor. When you examined that Simrad device, were you able to see historical tracks of where that Robalo vessel had traversed?
Yes.
And when did those tracks begin?
I'd have to check.
Go ahead.
The earliest was December of 2021.
Okay. And so those historical track marks, can you show us on this exhibit where those track marks went?
Yeah, so Ocean Reef Club is down here. So there's a lot of traffic around Ocean Reef Club on both sides of Key Largo, the northern tip of Key Largo. There was, I think, one track that went further down Key Largo, but most of the tracks were in and around Ocean Reef Club, and then up to Elliott Key, right around the Elliott Key Ranger Station up here.
Now, seeing all of those track marks that went from the Ocean Reef area up to Elliott Key, are you familiar with Billy's Point? You've heard of Billy's Point?
I've heard of it.
Okay, and is this area around here where I'm pointing to with the orange dot, would that be consistent with some of those historical track marks you've seen?
There were, yeah, all the traffic data was around here and coming up to this same area around LA.
Now, you indicated before that you've been through the Cutter Bank Channel, correct?
Yes.
So would that indicate to you whether or not the operator of that vessel would have familiarity with where the channel markers are? For Cutter
I
Bank
would call it
Channel?
local knowledge. So
Okay.
yes, I mean, based on historical data, not just from that device, but the other one, there was, the operators of both had a substantial amount of local knowledge.
When you analyzed the port device, did you note whether on September the 4th of 2022, there were track points that were logged in?
Yes, there was.
About how many track points were there for that day?
I don't know if I noted that. There was 1,800 something.
I think you noted it.
Did I note it? Okay, let me see here. 1,889 track points, covering 26 miles.
Can you tell the members of the jury, what time did that device first log a track point?
2:52 p.m.
Okay. Where did that track point originate?
It was in one of the residential canals, one of the waterways inside Ocean Reef Club.
From there, what did the GPS tell you where that vessel went?
It left the residential waterway, and then there's a channel leading away from Ocean Reef Club out to open water on the Atlantic side, went out that channel, and then turned to the left and went into Angelfish Creek.
Okay. Would you be able to show the jurors using this chart, states exhibit number 2?
Yes.
On September the 4th, starting at 2:52, what was the route that that vessel took? And if you can just back up a little bit so all of us
Sorry.
can see it.
Okay. So, Ocean Reef Club is right here. So the boat leaves from Ocean Reef and then turns left and then comes in there's a marked channel. You can see there's a few channel markers here. It comes through Angelfish Creek and then turns in a generally north direction and goes up, goes through Cutter Bank and then up towards the other channel.
Did you prepare exhibits to show where those track marks were superimposed on actual images of that area?
I did, yes.
Judge, may I have permission to just allow a witness to come down without asking your name? We're going to go through some exhibits next, all right? Let's start with image number 8 on this exhibit. Can you explain to the members of the jury what this shows?
Yes. So this is the track line data that was generated on the day of on September 4th.
Before you get too far, what are these little blue, like, arrow marks that we see?
So the blue arrow marks are actually the track points that were generated by the GPS, and then the line that connects the points, those are generated by the software. So you might see sections where the boat turns, where it's not like a smooth turn, it's going from point to point. That's because the yellow line, although when it's going straight, is a very accurate representation of where the boat went. Not always perfect. So each one of these track points was generated by the GPS. For each one of these track points, I was able to recover the date and the time and the speed and the direction the boat was traveling.
Okay. And so we're coming out here from Ocean Reef, and then what is this that we see when it hooks down?
I mean, it's just following the contour of the shoreline around the bend here. But what's typical with Simrad. So Simrad is made by a company called Navco, and they also have Lowrance GPS and DV GPSs. And they are, one of the things that you'll notice is that they generate a lot of track points when the device senses changing direction. So you can see here where there's not too many along here because the boat's going straight, and then here when he's maneuvering, he's dropping a bunch of track points, and they go straight again, and then go. And you can see some of these are really slow speed because this one is a square and this one is a triangle. So there's a threshold that determines whether, you know, the way that the software shows it. I think it's 3 miles an hour, so if it's, or it might be 5, but when it's going really slow, you might drop a square, or show it displayed as a square, and then when it's moving, you'll show it as a triangle, like an arrow pointing in the direction.
Show you. Next, image number 9, and ask if you can explain to the jurors what this represents in terms of the track that the Robalo vessel took on September 4th.
Sure, so this is like a higher level view. This is where we left off, right here. But now you can see they follow the shoreline down here, and then this is these red and green represent channel marker locations. These are non-intercoastal waterway markers. These are private navigation aids that Ocean Reef probably installed. So the boat went through the channel marker and then turned left and headed towards Angelfish Creek.
What would be the reason for not just cutting up this way? Would you have to a shorter distance?
Sure, this is all shallow water right here.
Okay. Now, toward the top of the screen, we see some blue track marks. Can you mark on those?
Yep. You can see when he accelerated here, and the spacing is generally far apart because it's going straight. And then here you can see, he initiates a turn, and so there's lots of track points. And then he slows down as he's entering Angelfish Creek. It's pretty narrow, and there's shallow water on both sides.
And are there actual channel markers through Angelfish Creek?
There are. That's what the red and greens are representing.
Now showing exhibit number 10.
Yep.
Can you walk us through what this represents regarding that Robalo vessel?
The red and green represent channel markers. You can pretty clearly see the water, the darker green is the deeper water, and then this is like black. This is the northern tip of Ocean Reef Club, and so you can see the red where you typically stay closer to the red channel marker. And the boat cuts across cuts the curve here, and then heads kind of west through Angelfish Creek.
Showing exhibit number 11.
Yep.
Can you describe for us what this exhibit represents?
This is a zoomed in section of Cutter Bank. Unfortunately, I didn't label the channel markers there, but this is the Robalo's northbound track, and you can see the boat left the channel here a little bit, and you can see again he's turning, so there's lots of track points. He's turning back to straight his course, there's a lot of track points and they spread out. And then he passes this marker here, and then he kind of maneuvers out to the right, and most likely he's just going around slower boats. Yeah.
Now, you just described number 11. Now let's go to number 12. Area near Lily's Point.
Yep.
Does this accurately represent the data that you received from that Simrad device about the Robalo's travels on September 4th of 2022?
Yes.
Can you walk us through what we're looking at here up until the point where we get to arrival at 323? Where are we here?
Cutter Bank Channel would be just off the screen. It would be like down here. This is the Robalo arriving at Cutter Bank and you know, wider spacing here. And then
Wait, at Cutter Bank?
I'm sorry, no, at Elliott Key from Cutter Bank. And then the boat comes up here to Elliott Key, slows down in this area, and then lots of track points along here. As the boat is moving at really slow speeds, like drifting up along this section of Elliott Key.
Now, you indicated earlier that the initial track points that you got were from 2:52 p.m.?
That's when they started, yes.
Okay, and so by 3:23, so about a half an hour or so later,
Yes.
the Robalo is now near Elliott Key, fair to say?
Yes.
Is that indicative to you of a vessel that's traveling full throttle?
I mean, it's a good clip. Good. It's quite a few miles up. I think it's 15 miles.
Okay.
Get up here. I have to measure it out, but it's moving along. Yep.
So now you have indicated on here that there is a stop at 3:47 p.m. What does that stop signify?
Well, it stopped generating data, so probably just turned the GPS on.
Okay. And when do we see the GPS coming back on?
Around 6:18.
Okay. So we have that vessel then apparently in the same location as where it stopped.
Yep.
What about 4 hours, give or take?
2.5.
2.5 hours after?
Mm-hmm.
Okay. Now, you
Three.
indicated. Pardon?
Three if you start down here.
Okay.
Yeah.
So from 2:52, when the Robalo vessel is first tracked, up to 6:18, that represents the time in total up in, before he starts heading back down. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jurors, why do you say depart 6:18 p.m.?
That's when the GPS started logging tracks that the boat was pulling away from the island.
Okay. And what, if anything, do you notice in the difference between the track heading back south to the track heading up north toward the Elliott Key location?
Well, these here, these were all generated at really slow speeds, and sometimes the GPS has a hard time calculating its direction when it's going really slow, so it's using direction to decide when to drop track points. So it's dropping lots of track points along here. It's going really slow. But now he's going on a straight course and traveling at a consistent speed. The spacing gets much wider.
All right, now looking at image number 13, can you walk us through these notes, ICW number 13, 12, 13A? Did you put those on this as a way to show the
did.
jurors and
Yes.
give them landmarks?
Yeah.
Okay, what is it that this exhibit is showing us regarding the travel initially northbound and then southbound
Sure.
for the channel?
So this Google Earth image, and the Google Earth image has the track data projected onto it, and then I save the image and put it into PowerPoint, and use PowerPoint to put in like these little icons for representing the channel marker locations. And these are accurate locations from the light list on the Coast Guard's light list. And then I put in this call outs to identify this ICW marker 13, this ICW marker 12. This is the track line of the Robalo going north. And then this is the track line of the Robalo coming south. One second. So you can see, you can also clearly see the channel in this particular image as the dark blue water is pretty clearly delineated, and then these channel markers. This is shallower up here.
Okay, now showing you the exhibit that's labeled number 14.
Yep.
Can you walk us through what this represents?
Yep.
Excuse me 1 second, Judge. I have one voir dire question on the publication of this exhibit.
Go ahead, counsel.
Good afternoon. The green and red markers that are depicted on the screen, those are not to scale, correct?
They're not to scale, no.
Thank you, Judge.
If you look really carefully, you can actually see the shadow of the channel marker in blue blur. Let's see it right there. Let's see it right there.
Okay, so, as of 6:37 and 19 seconds, what is the speed of that revolver?
43.
All right. Now, as it's heading southbound, is there, and that is at that track point, that's the second to last track point before what?
The second to last track point before the collision with the channel marker.
Okay.
The previous slide that you showed with marker 12 and 13 would be kind of.
All right. So now, we have the second to last track point, 43 miles per hour.
Yep.
When we see heading 216, what does that mean?
That is just the compass heading from this track point back to the last track point.
When we get to this track point, right before channel marker 15, what is the speed of the vessel?
47. That's what the GPS log is 47.
Are there any track points between the one at 6:37 and 19 seconds and the one at 6:37 and 28 seconds?
No,
What does that indicate to you?
it was maintaining a consistent portion speed.
No attempt to deviate one way or the other from that channel marker?
Correct.
Would you call this a collision course with that channel marker?
Objection.
Sustained.
Regarding that 9-second time that went by from the second to last track mark to the last one before impact, how many feet did that vessel travel?
620 feet.
What is the measurement, or how many feet is a football field?
300 feet, 100 yards.
So, in terms of football fields, which maybe is a little bit easier for people to, I guess, imagine, how many football fields did that revolver travel from the second to the last track point before impact?
A little over 2.
Can we get an image number on this one?
50. I want to ask you a question. So for this amount of time, this is how that vessel was traveling. I'm starting my clock now. So that's how long that vessel was on that path right toward channel marker 15.
Yes.
I'm so sorry. I do want to back ask you one more question from photo number 14. Post-impact with that channel marker, you see a bunch of track points here.
Yep.
Can you explain to the jurors what that's representative of?
When it hits the marker, it essentially comes to a almost full stop, and then the remaining momentum and potentially the engine still running or pushing it forward. This is just representing the movement of the boat after the impact of the marker.
Judge, is there at some point a washroom break would be possible?
This would be a good time.
Ladies and gentlemen, let's take a comfort break. Please put your notepads inside the envelope and leave them on your chairs if you would. Go out for about 10 minutes. Do not discuss the case.
All rise.
Sir, you remain under oath and cannot discuss your testimony with anyone. Thank you.
Over there now. Nope. No. The blue one wasn't here.
You wanna go?
I'm all right for now. You know what I've been doing? On my break, you know what I've been doing? Going in the 2-hour courtroom, the jury room in there. Yeah, it's good.
Which one?
Oh, okay, okay. So nothing urgent.
record is concluded, we'll take our lunch. That's just supposed to be a quick comment.
Ready?
Yes.
All rise.
All right, everyone, please be seated. Thank you.
May I continue, Your Honor? Thank you. Mr. Holman, if you can step down for a moment. Sure. I know that you've indicated that we see the southbound movement of the Robalo on what would be facing the street on the right-hand side. Can you explain for us, what is it that we're seeing on the left-hand side, this left track?
This is the Robalo's northbound track as he was heading up from Ocean Reef up to LAP. So the track is here. You can see the close spacing as he's rounding the corner here, and then it gets much wider from here to here as folks going on.
Now, in terms of the last track mark and the second to last track mark, I see that you indicate that there are two different speeds. Can you tell us what, if anything, that indicates was happening by the operator of that vessel?
Yes.
Objection, speculation.
Rephrase your question, please.
Would this speed of 43 at the second to last track mark and the last speed at the last track mark before it cracked at 47, would that be consistent with the operator of the vessel accelerating through the channel?
Yes.
Would that be consistent with the vessel speeding up simply because it's hitting shallower water?
The depth of the water doesn't impact the speed of the boat.
Now, when we look at these post-impact track marks where the engine is still running, are you familiar with an item called a kill switch?
An engine cutoff switch?
Yes.
Yes.
Sometimes referred to as a kill switch, yes. Can you explain to the jurors what that is?
Objection, relevance.
It's typically a lanyard that an operator would connect to, a belt loop or something on their body, and it is connected to a switch on the console. So if the operator were to leave or be rejected or removed from behind the console, it shuts the engine off.
Now, the fact that the vessel is still moving, does that indicate to you that a kill switch was on anybody that was operating that vessel?
Potentially one was not used.
Come back to this in a minute. I want to ask you some more questions about the visibility of channel marker 15. not sure if the screen. Is everybody able to see the witness over here? Is channel marker 15 visible from the second to last track mark that you indicated?
Clearly, yes.
Is it your understanding on the day that this crash occurred that there were any weather difficulties that would have obscured the view?
There were none.
What about sea conditions?
The sea conditions were generally calm, like a light chalk in the water.
Now, in evaluating the GPS data from those SIMRAD devices, were you able to see historical data, meaning prior times when that vessel had run through this location?
Yes.
Now showing image number 16. Is that not? I see a whole bunch of blue dots here. Can you explain to us what is it that we're looking at here?
Sure. This is the actual data that I'm kind of showing you on the nautical part over there earlier. This is Ocean Reef Club here, and these are all the track points that were saved in the device from December 2021 up until the day of the incident. So you can see lots of travel in and out of the club here, in and out of the club on the other side. There was one trip further down, but the majority of the tracks show traveled up to LHD.
Were you able to isolate any data to substantiate whether the operator of that vessel had ever actually navigated past channel marker 15?
You've been by through Cutter Bank Channel dozens of times.
I'm now moving to exhibit number 17 on this. Can you explain to the jurors, what does this represent?
This is all the excuse me. This is all the track data from the port GPS that documented his travels past marker 15, the entrance to southern end of Cutter Bank Channel.
So based on the number of times that vessel had traversed past channel marker 15, would you expect the operator of the vessel to be aware of its location right there?
Yes.
Okay.
And just for the yellow is the date of the incident. The green are historical.
I see this kind of curling shape. That looks familiar. What is that from?
That's a post-accident, incident, post-incident travel or movement of the boat. Moved away from the marker after impact.
Now, we've been talking about the port SIMRAD device. Did you get any data from the starboard SIMRAD device documenting where that vessel was on September the 4th, 2022?
There was none.
Does that mean it wasn't working?
No.
Does that mean you didn't somehow successfully extract that data?
No, I successfully extracted it. There was a lot of historical data. It just wasn't being used. It just wasn't generating track data on the day of the incident.
You earlier indicated that these SIMRAD devices are like multifunctional.
Yes.
Would it be consistent that perhaps the port GPS was activated on the SIMRAD, but that the starboard side SIMRAD was being used for some other purpose?
It could, the way he had the system configured could have played a role in whether or not it was generating data.
So like if hypothetically it was being used to play music or something like that, a decision might have been made that I don't need two devices tracking GPS. I want to use this other device for something other than GPS.
Objection, speculation.
Could that starboard side SIMRAD device have been used to play music?
Yes.
Now, I want to ask you, do you know the man seated at the end of that table? For the record, I'm indicating to the defendant, the man with the blue shirt and the blue tie.
I know who he is, but I don't have any personal knowledge of him or his family.
Did you ever meet a young woman by the name of Lucy Fernandez, or anybody, or have any involvement with her family?
No.
Did you know any of the girls who were on the defendant's vessel on September the 4th of 2022?
No.
Are you getting paid for your work in this case?
I am.
And who's paying you?
You are.
Me personally?
Well, the Office of the State Attorney is paying me, and Fish and Wildlife paid me to do the initial report.
So you're being paid by the government to do work in this case?
Yes.
I want to transition for a moment and ask you if you've ever heard of a term, a speed spike.
Potentially, yeah.
Okay.
Yeah. Okay.
Let me move you to the next exhibit here.
Okay.
Do you recognize the exhibit that's in number 18?
I do.
Okay. Does this data represent
What image is it? Forgive me, what image are we on?
18?
Thank you.
Come down here so we can kind of go over what this represents. Is this a chart that reflects data that was obtained from the Robalo vessel from September 4th of 2022?
This is essentially a spreadsheet with all the individual track points listed out in the order that they're generated by the device. And so this is the track point number, and these are the distances, the time, the speeds, the force of travel, the time, and then the latitude and longitude.
The times that are given, are these in military time or ordinary time?
No. So these look like they're the spreadsheets in military time.
Okay, now earlier you testified that there were, I think, 1,889 track points generated for September the 4th of 2022.
Yes.
Now, we're not looking right now at almost 2,000 track points, right?
No.
So this is just a snippet of some of that data?
It is.
Okay, and of this snippet, what time does it start? In regular time, not military time?
58 seconds after 6:27 p.m.
And for this exhibit, when does the track points stop? What's the last time for that track point?
I think the last digit is 6, but it's definitely 6:35 and 26 seconds.
Okay, now, in this particular situation, what was the time of the last track mark before striking the channel marker? Can you do it with your hands?
Sure.
Okay, so this is 6:35 and 26 or 8.
Yes.
So this is a couple of minutes prior to the impact. Would that be fair to say?
Yes.
Okay. Now, I want to point out to you that I'm looking at the track that says 1808. I see that there's a number 53,
Yes.
and above that is 41.
Mm-hmm.
Does this indicate to you that this vessel has the capability of accelerating from 41 miles per hour to 53 miles per hour in as little as a half a second?
2 seconds.
Or 2 seconds?
No.
Can you explain to the jurors, how do we wind up with a speed like that?
Yes. Can I
With
use that?
using a
Sure.
tablet helping?
Yep. The thing to remember is that these speeds are not a snapshot of exactly how fast that boat was going at 6:33:09. These are calculated speeds based on the distance and the time that it traveled from one point to the next one. So something like time speed distance formula. If you have any two of the components of this triangle, you can calculate for the third. So for the speed calculations on this column here, they're using the distance from one track point to the next, and the time that it took to travel from one track point to the next. The thing with these calculations are the GPS system, when it's calculating your position, the latitude and longitude, measures time in nanoseconds or billionths of a second. When it's calculating your speed, though, it's using a very simple timepiece. This is an atomic clock that's on the GPS satellites. This is a very simple timepiece that's inside your GPS device. And it keeps time in whole seconds, right? So the device is calculating the speed based on the distance traveled divided by the time. And what you'll notice, when you have longer track intervals, like here, 23 seconds, 9 seconds, 11, 45, the speeds are all pretty consistent, right? They're all in the upper 30s to 40 right here, coming down. But here, the leg speed is 2 seconds. Down here, it's only 1. So what happens sometimes, what you'll see when you're analyzing these devices, is the device might drop a track point at an uneven interval. So say it drops it at 1.4 seconds. Well, the system's not keeping track in fractions of a second, so it'll round it down to 1 second. And then the next track line, it could be 1.5 seconds. Sorry, I'm handwriting. In which case, it would round it up to 2 seconds. So you're taking the speed calculation and the distance, and you're literally doubling the time in this example that you're using to divide. So it's radically changing the final outcome. Like here, 53 seconds with a 2-second interval, and here at 76 with a 1-second interval. These 1-second intervals are not great for identifying speed. You want to look at like a longer distance with a longer track interval.
Now, if someone did not understand the way that the software will calculate the speeds,
Yes.
could it then appear to somebody that does not understand the interpretation of this data that this vessel would be able to travel from about 39 miles an hour to 76 miles per hour that quickly?
What you're seeing here, these track points were right at the north end of Cutter Bank as the Ravala was navigating. The operator is making some changes in direction as he's entering the channel. And you can see 2, 4, 1 second intervals right here. And that's why you see these swings. If you actually took those numbers and you averaged across all 4 or 5 of them, guess what happens? It smooths out to get more reasonable speed.
Is this an error on the part of the GPS data or device?
It's not an error. It's just you're pushing the limitations of the device's ability when you're dropping track points, when you're going. The faster you're going, the bigger this discrepancy is going to be. So at slow speed, a 1 second interval might not be that bad, but when you're going fast, faster you're going, the bigger the change is going to be.
And so it looks like the speed here is spiking, but that's not in fact what's happening, is it? It's just the calculation of what the speed is.
That's correct.
Is dependent on how long the vessel travels between a leg from one point to the next.
Yes. And I should also point out too, like, it's not using 155 feet in one calculation and then 0.3 of a mile in the next. These are being displayed just because there's 4 or 5 placeholders in this column right here. It's using the actual measurement of feet from one to the next.
Do you know a person by the name of Brian Emond?
Yes.
Did you do a download or provide assistance to him to download those SIMRAD devices that were taken into custody in this case?
I didn't assist him, so to speak. He was unable to unlock the PIN code on the device, so I assisted him in unlocking the device, but I was present when he downloaded the GPSs.
Were there any attorneys for Mr. Pino present when this took place?
Yes.
And who was it that brought the actual SIMRAD devices to Mr. Emond to examine the data on those?
Lieutenant Thompson.
Has Mr. Emond ever taken your GPS data courses?
He has, actually.
Okay. Do you know a person by the name of Christopher Cairns?
Yes.
Is he actually in the courtroom today?
He is.
Can you just point to him?
Yeah,
Not that he's on trial or anything.
No, he's at the defense table right there.
Okay.
We'll stipulate.
Okay. Was he present when Mr. Emond did the download of the SIMRAD devices?
No.
Has he ever taken any of your GPS data courses?
He has not.
I want to now take you to the date of June 9th, 2025, just a little over a year ago.
Okay.
Did you assist with the attempt to recreate the conditions, speed, et cetera, of the vessel crash that you documented with GPS data regarding this Robalo and channel marker 15?
Yes.
Can you explain to the members of the jury what steps were taken to try to, as closely as possible, redo that crash without actually resulting in a crash?
Sure.
Let me move this out of the way a little bit so you can talk. Go ahead.
I have a set of red buoys, and I have found over the years that it is extremely helpful to go out, to actually go to the scene and put buoys on the latitude and longitude coordinates of the individual track points. Because it's one thing to look at it on a Google Earth image from a bird's eye view. It's completely different to go out to the scene and actually see everything in 3 dimensions. So what we did, we brought the buoys out and we used GPS, one of my personal handheld GPS, and we deployed 2 buoys. The one immediately before impact, and then the second to last buoy prior to impact.
Now, is going on a boat from like 43 to 47 miles per hour anything like being in a car going from 43 to 47 miles per hour?
It's hard to compare cars and boats. They're vastly different.
What's the difference when you're on a boat going at that speed?
So cars steer from the front, boats steer from the back. So like when you turn the wheel on the boat, it doesn't turn the front, it pushes the back, right? There's no brakes. And even on the best day, it's loud. You have 600 horsepower, 12 cylinders roaring behind you. You have the wind in your face. You have at minimum, some vibration depending on the sea condition for the day. There's a lot of differences.
Okay, so like what do these buoys look like that you're dropping to try to, mark where these 2 last track points are prior to impact?
It's just a 12-inch styrofoam buoy, and it's got a fiberglass rod through it. It's got a reflector and a red flag on it. The bottom of it is weighted, and so when we got out to the scene, I measured the depth, and I had a weight on the end of a line, and so I wanted to, as closely as possible, approximate the depth so there wasn't a lot of swing back and forth when the buoy's floating above the anchor. And so I had Lieutenant Thompson position us as close as possible to the latitude and longitude position using my GPS. So I was sitting on, we're not using the vessel GPS, we're using my GPS for me sitting on the back of the boat, and I'm guiding him to the exact latitude and longitude coordinates that were reported by the GPS, and I dropped the buoy there. And then we dropped that was the second to last, and then we moved up and did if I'm remembering the right order, and then we moved up and dropped the buoy right near the channel marker, which was the one immediately prior to collision.
And then was Lieutenant Thompson there with you?
Yes,
And who was piloting this vessel?
Lieutenant Thompson.
And just in total, how many people were on the vessel for this recreation?
3.
Were these people all wearing personal flotation devices?
Yes.
You didn't have 14 people on the vessel?
No.
Were you and Lieutenant Thompson out drinking beers prior to this exercise?
No.
Once Lieutenant Thompson begins to pilot the vessel through the Cutter Bank channel toward those buoys that you had placed using GPS, was he able to accelerate the vessel to 43 miles per hour at the first buoy that one would pass by, and then up to almost 47 miles per hour at the second buoy right next to the channel marker?
So we actually started quite a bit further north up the channel, and so we were already traveling at 43 when we passed marker 13A and when we passed the buoy. And then once we passed the buoy, Lieutenant Thompson accelerated the boat up to 47 miles an hour as we passed in close proximity to marker 15 and the other buoy.
Was any kind of photography used to document these passes through the channel?
Yes, several different.
Can you describe for the jury?
So I was using my GoPro camera, and we made multiple runs putting the camera in different locations. And we also had the Miami-Dade Marine unit out there with one of their drone pilots who was flying a drone above us.
Okay. At any point, did you film one of these runs with the camera attached to the starboard stern or the rear right side of the vessel?
Yes.
Why did you think it was important to put a camera at that location of the vessel?
I thought it was relevant to see what it looked like looking down the starboard side, the side that was impacted.
Did you also place a GoPro camera from the vantage point of right in front of the center console on the windshield?
Yes. I mean, I would love to have had it from the operator's perspective, but the console on the FWC boat is nothing like Mr. Pino's boat. So we put it on we stuck it with a suction cup on the windshield right in front of the on the front side of the console, like down towards the bottom of the windshield, so it's not obstructing the view.
Would you think it would be prudent to put the camera in the line of sight of Lieutenant Thompson?
Probably not.
Probably not, okay. Was there another place that you placed that GoPro camera so that we could see the vessel approaching the channel marker?
Attached to the actual channel marker and recorded a northbound perspective to see the boat approaching the marker.
Lieutenant, if you want to excuse me. Mr. Albert, you're here in your Albert consulting capacity, not
Yes.
lieutenant capacity. All right, I want to play for you, it's the exhibit labeled GoPro front of vessel with speed.
I'm not hearing.
Let's just run it through. What marker is this?
13A.
Laura, I didn't hear.
13A. That's 14. That was my movie that just went by. 12 and 13.
I noticed, Mr. Albert, that up in the upper left-hand corner, there appears to be something like a speedometer.
Yes.
How did that get there?
The GoPro camera has a built-in GPS that you can use to calculate speed. And it has, in the editing app, you can choose which features to show on the video, so I put the speed on.
Is this location essentially the entrance to the Cutter Bank Channel as you're heading southbound?
No.
That would be further up to the north.
Yeah, so, I mean, that was 12 and 13, and there's 2 pairs of markers north of that, 10 and 11, 8A and 9 further north. This is 13A right here, and you're just starting to come into view. This is 15 right here, straight ahead.
So we're not quite yet at 13A.
Correct. And this is 15 right here. This is 14 right here.
What is the red dot that we see here?
This is this is my marker representing the second to last track point right here. This is 14 and that's 15.
Here is the second to last track mark. Where's channel marker 15?
Right here.
Right now the counter is at 37 seconds. Let's see where it's at when we get up to channel marker 10 from 37. We're now at 47, so just about 9 or 10 seconds. Now, based on the GPS data that you obtained from the SINRAD device that were on that Lavala vessel, did the operator of the Lavala make any change in direction from that second to last buoy to this last buoy?
No.
Would the operator of that Lavala vessel have been able to see channel marker 15 from those locations?
Yes.
If he was looking.
Yes.
Okay, now I'll show you another. This is going to be GoPro on channel marker. What are we looking at in this video?
This is Cutter Bank channel. This is 14, 13A, 13, and 12. And you can see the boat right there.
And where is this camera affixed right now?
It's affixed on the right hand side of the well, as we're looking towards the sun, it's on the right hand side of the marker, on the side of the marker, east side of the marker.
Let's look at the run with the GoPro on the starboard stern. the kind of noise that would be from the robalo as it was making its way down the Cutter Bank Channel?
It's a different hold, but, I mean, yeah, I mean, just, there's a lot of,
Sir.
there's wind noise, there's engine noise, and there's noise from the water, breaking on the sides of the boat.
We just passed the second to last buoy, correct?
Yes.
All right, we've got 26 seconds.
Marker 14.
So we've got 26 seconds on the counter. Let's see how long it takes us to get to channel marker 15. We've got 35 seconds. The vessel's just about to approach channel marker 15.
Yes.
That channel marker had been visible to the operator of the robalo that entire time.
Yes.
To the north of where we see channel markers 13, 13A.
Yes.
Do you know which channel markers these are that we're approaching here?
12 and 13. This is 13A, and over here is 14.
Right now we see the buoy.
Yes.
Does that represent the last time that any change in direction was had up until right before impact?
There is. It's not a big change in direction, but it was probably the combination of the change in direction and the increase in speed that triggered the device to drop that track point, moving towards the next marker.
What was the name of that?
GoPro on windshield with speedometer.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Okay, we just have two more to give the jury an idea of what was recorded. Second. second to last track mark. Your GoPro has what speed?
42.
And on the GPS device, what was the speed at the second to last track mark?
It logged at 43 mile an hour speed
Okay,
there.
so 1 mile an hour difference.
It's not easy to exactly get the speeds on a boat.
Did the vessel accelerate somewhat between that last track point and as it approached the
Yes.
channel marker? Okay. And then the last one, multi-view, windshield, and channel marker. Did you have the capability of actually doing like a picture-in-picture type of view so we see two different views?
Yes.
Can you explain to the jurors what that was?
Again, the GoPro editing software, you can take one video and insert it in the other so that they both play like picture in picture. It's just an option there in your camera. So this is from the channel marker perspective.
And they're synchronized so that
Yes.
you see the same time?
Yes.
From the channel marker perspective, are we at this point able to see the boat coming?
Yes, the boat is right there, and marker 15 is right here.
So if these were living objects, they would be able to see one another?
Yes.
So we're going back to the end, so the jurors can see both at the same time. Mr. Albert, I have no other questions for you. Thank you.
Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, we're going to take our lunch break at this time. Please put your notebooks inside the envelopes and we can allocate them and give them to you during our lunch break. We're going to break in
Thank you, Judge, and good afternoon, Mr. Albert.
Good afternoon.
You and I are meeting today for the first time.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And wanted to just establish a few basic points when we begin. You were not an eyewitness to the event of September 4, 2022, correct?
Correct.
And you were retained by the state to do the analysis that you've performed today for the jury.
Yes.
Okay. And part of the role that you played was try to sort of recreate what might have happened on September 4, 2022, using the data you were able to retrieve from the GPS device on the Robalo.
Yes.
And so I just want to ask you a few preliminary questions. We got to see Lieutenant Thompson operating his motor vessel sometime much later than September 4, 2022. I think he did it a couple years later.
Yes.
Okay. And in doing that exercise, it would have been relevant and perhaps important to try to replicate the conditions that existed back in September of 2022 so that the visual we see looks as much as possible like the conditions that existed on the day that Thompson did it, the same day of the Robalo incident, right?
Sure.
Okay. And in coming to that effort to try to replicate the conditions, you knew certain details about the September 2022 incident. I'll call it the Robalo incident so that we know what I'm talking about. The Robalo incident occurred at approximately 6:37 p.m., correct?
Yes.
And it was September.
Yes.
September 4, 2022 at approximately 6:37 p.m.
Yes.
So that's in the evening.
Yes.
It was actually still light out.
Yes.
There was actually at least another hour's worth of sunlight.
I believe so, yes.
Okay. And the sun sets in the west or southwest at that time of year.
Yes.
Okay. And so at that time of day, as the Robalo is heading down Cutter Bank Channel, the sun would be off to the Robalo's starboard right side, correct?
Yes.
It wouldn't be exactly 90 degrees to the right, more like 60 some odd degrees, right?
I'd have to calculate it. I'll take your word for it.
Okay. Did you do that calculation?
No.
Okay. And so when Lieutenant Thompson did his exercise, he did it in the morning.
Yes.
Okay. So in the morning, the sun would be off to the port side of Thompson's vessel.
Is it a question? Yes.
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 Okay. And you can assume there's a question mark at the end of every
Will
one
do.
of my statements,
Yes,
but
sir.
if not, I'll clarify. Okay. And at 6:37 in the evening on September 2022, that sun would be about an hour's from the horizon.
Yes.
Okay. Now, did you do any analysis of how the sun would reflect off of any of these markers in doing your analysis?
No.
Okay. Or how the sun would reflect off the water surface itself?
No.
Okay. Now, in terms of the visibility of the Robalo, where the operator is standing at the helm, would you agree that height matters?
Yes.
Okay. Now, you're under oath. Tell us how tall you are.
I'm 6'8".
6 feet 8 inches tall.
Yes, sir.
Okay. And so at 6 feet 8 inches tall, you'd be a foot taller than a man who's about 5 foot 8. Fair statement?
Yes, sir.
That math we can do without a calculator. And so your line of sight at 6 feet 8 inches tall is going to be better, would you say, than someone who's 5 feet 8 inches tall
In his boat,
in the Robalo?
it's going to be worse.
Yours is worse?
Yes.
Because?
Because I'm looking right into the electronics box.
So you're almost too tall for that boat?
Yes, sir.
Okay. But if your eyesight is below the electronics, that's a better line of sight than someone who's shorter, right?
Somewhat, yes.
Okay. Let me see if I have the image I wanted. Where did those exhibits go that I put aside, right? No? Hold on 1 second. Did someone put them back? Here they are. Thank you, thank you, thank you. And so, let me show you what's already in evidence as State's Exhibit 104. You recognize that as the would that be called the helm or the console? What would you call it?
This is the center console.
Center console.
Looking at the front of the center console, yes.
Okay, so if someone was at the bow, the front of the boat, this would be a photograph looking back to the stern, the rear of the boat.
Yes.
Okay. And the operator would be on the, what would be the starboard side of the center console.
On that boat, yes.
Right. And I think you told us it was the starboard side that took the hardest hit here and would likely cause the greatest injuries to people on that boat.
Yes.
And that's where the operator of the boat would have been, on the starboard side.
He's closer to the center line, but yes, he's on the starboard side. Yes.
Now, this boat the Robalo has a windshield.
Yes.
And I'd like to show you what's in State's Exhibit 105. Is that a photograph of the windshield?
Yes.
And do you know if the condition of that windshield as it was photographed and introduced by the state is the same condition it was on the day of the incident?
No.
State's Exhibit 105. Now, when Lieutenant Thompson was operating his vessel, he mounted the GoPro or the camera device in front of the windshield. Is that right?
Yes.
Okay. So the GoPro was not obscured at all by the windshield.
Correct.
The operator, Thompson himself, would have been several feet back, holding the steering wheel.
I don't know if I've quantified it several, a couple, 3 feet. Yeah.
Fair enough.
Okay.
And so let me show you State's Exhibit 3.
Yes.
You recognize the Robalo?
Yes.
And do you see that George Pino is in this photograph? Or there's an operator there, you may not know it's George Pino,
I didn't notice.
but I'll have you double check. That there's a man standing at the steering wheel position.
Yes.
Okay. And someone can operate this motor vessel either standing or seated.
Yes.
Okay. Do you know whether standing versus seated would affect the line of sight of the operator?
It would, obviously, if you're seated, you're a little bit lower and you're a little closer to the top level of the top of the console, so it would affect it, yes.
Okay. Now, in this photograph, there are some of the passengers are standing in the bow area, correct?
Yes.
And the bow area is the front of the boat.
Yes.
And I'm going to show you another photograph, State's Exhibit 6-9. You see it?
Yes, sir.
That's the Robalo after the accident.
Yes.
And I'm using this because I'd like you to explain to the jury, and you're welcome to stand or sit, whatever's more comfortable for you. Okay. Tell the jury, what is the freeboard of a boat?
The freeboard of the boat is the distance from the water line here, the boat's floating, resting in the water, to the top of this called the gunwale. That's the freeboard.
Okay. And so it would show on this as well. You can see that there.
So the resting water line would be a little below the teal green there.
Okay. And when the boat is on plane,
Yes.
is the bow a little bit up? Above the
The
water?
bow or the whole boat? Like
Well, you tell us.
the whole boat will rise up, so it'll give you, depending on the boat, anywhere from a few inches to maybe a foot. It'll rise up higher, and then depending on how you control or manipulate the tilt on the engines and the trim tabs that control the pitch of the boat side to side, and you can push the tabs down, and the load on the boat, the amount of weight on the boat, determine how the bow rises.
To achieve a faster speed, does that typically suggest that the trim is so that the bow lifts just a little bit?
Yes, there's kind of a sweet spot when you tilt the motors up. When they're all the way down, pushed against the back of the boat, the boat tends to push the front of the boat downward. If you trim it up, the bow will start to rise up a little bit, and there's a certain spot where it gets the most efficiency, and you'll feel the boat accelerate a little bit, and then if you continue to tilt it up, then the top will start to slip, and it will lose some speed and potentially cause the boat to start focusing where the bow bounces up and down.
And so a boat can gain speed simply by tilting the engines without accelerating or giving it more gas, correct?
Within limits, yes.
It's not going to go from 0 to 60.
No, you're going to depending on the hull style of the boat, you might gain a couple of miles an hour.
Fair enough, yes. Now, and forgive me, Judge, you may not be able to see it, but I'll publish in a moment. Here, you see some of the passengers are seated on what you described as the gunwale or the gunnel of the bow of the boat. Is that what that's called?
So I would categorize that as the bow or on top of the anchor lock on the very front of the bow.
So on the anchor locker.
Yep.
Okay. And is the gunnel what I'm pointing to here, this sort of white
Yes.
surface here, like a
Yes.
like a rail? Not a rail.
It's really the top of the flat part.
And when someone wants to board the boat, someone can typically step on the gunnel and then step down into the boat?
Yes.
Fair enough. Now, this boat, Roballo designed it so that there would be seating in the bow area, correct?
There is seating there.
Okay, so let me grab another exhibit and you can give me just 1 second. Take a look, if you would, at Never been introduced? I'll mark it then. Is it marked as a state? Forgive me, Judge. It's marked as a state exhibit? Okay. Let me show you what's been marked as, I think it's State's Exhibit 5L, and see if you recognize it.
I mean, it looks like the front part of the Roballo, the bow.
Okay. We would offer it at this time.
No objection.
5L, March 4D, Defense Exhibit C.
And so, Mr. Albert, this is what I'll call the forward seating area. Is that a fair statement, or is that the bow seating? What would you like to call it?
Either one is fine.
Okay. And this is where, according to your review of the file, there were passengers seated in this bow area, correct?
Yes.
There are cushions that go on top of this fiberglass surface so the person's, forgive my word, butt can be more comfortable than sitting on fiberglass, right?
Yes, sir.
And you recall that when someone is seated in that bow area, there's about 12 inches between the top of the cushion and the gunnel.
Yes.
Okay. So now, you stay with me just 1 second. In Exhibit 3, the passengers are actually sitting on the gunnel, right? If that same passenger that I'm pointing to were seated on the cushion, you'd expect her torso and her body to drop about 12 inches.
Yes, sir.
And so that when seated while the vessel is operating, that passenger's torso and head would protrude above the bow, anchor, gunnel, whatever it's called.
Yes.
Okay. And the pilot looking over the bow might have his or her visibility obscured by the passengers seated in the front of that boat.
Yes.
Okay. And if the passengers are, for example, seated, listening to music, waving their arms and dancing in their seat, that could obscure the pilot's view or the operator's view.
Both obscure and distracted, yes.
Okay. Thank you. And in this case, you know that there were 7 passengers seated in that bow area while the vessel was underway going through Cutter Bank Channel.
Yes.
Now, we know that the Robalo alighted with marker 15.
Yes.
And you testified that you could see from the transfer marks on the edge of the Robalo there was some green color there.
Yes.
And you've explained to the jury that that green color would have come from the day marker itself, that green marker, right?
Yes.
Okay. Let's take a look at 22. That's the green marker?
Yes.
Now, the green marker itself is 3 feet by 3 feet, isn't it? The day marker itself.
I think that's standard, yes.
Okay. And so, if I could, can we publish this one on the big screen so that the jury can see it better?
I think so. Which one is it?
This would be State's Exhibit 22. Now,
It's not on the page.
it's not on it?
No.
Okay, so we'll do it this way. Now, let's take a few steps here. If the marker is, I'm going to use this as south, but I keep changing north and south, so apologize. This marker 15 down south has the marker protruding above the water line, right?
Yes.
And depending on how high the tide is, that marker to the eye will appear closer to the water line at high tide.
Marginally.
Okay?
Yeah. Maybe slightly.
A few feet, actually, right? The tide could drop from high tide to low tide, could be a several feet difference, right?
Not in this area.
What's the difference?
I think the tide on that given day was 1.75 feet that it rose, so a little shy of 2 feet.
Okay.
Yeah.
The marker is 3 feet. When I say the marker, let me be clear. The day board, the green
Yes,
board is 3
I understand
feet.
what you mean. Yes, sir.
So roughly half or more than half the size of the day board is the difference between it being at high tide versus not being at high tide.
The water level on the marker is a foot higher or lower. The marker itself never moves.
Of course, but
Yeah.
the boat is going to be higher in the water at high tide than at low tide.
Yes.
So that marker to the operator's view is going to look lower when it's high tide.
A little bit.
Okay.
Yes.
Now, on September 4, 2022 at 6:37 p.m., it was high tide, wasn't it?
It was close to high tide, I believe. Yes.
Now, when you first did your analysis in this case,
Yeah.
you had reported that high tide was at 10:29 p.m., correct?
Yep. I just reviewed that, and that was low tide.
And you reviewed that because today I brought that to your attention.
You did. Yes.
Okay. So you were operating under the assumption that this entire event, until today, until we're here in this courtroom today, you assumed that the accident happened at low tide. I'm sorry, you assumed that low tide was... Well, tell us, what did you assume?
I didn't make any assumptions because I didn't consider the minor difference in a foot or two of water level to play a factor in the collision. However, we have a 6-hour tide cycle here in South Florida, and so if the accident happened at 6:30 and the high tide was at 10:30, we were midway through the tide, and that would have meant that it was about a foot different.
Actually, a third of the way, right? Low tide would have been about 4:30 that day,
4:30, 10:30.
under your math.
Sure.
6-hour difference.
Okay, sure.
Yesterday, Lieutenant Thompson said high tide was at 4:48 p.m. Do you know where he got that number from?
I don't.
But as of today, we now know for certain from your own investigation 15 minutes ago when I asked you to check, high tide was right about when this elision occurred.
No, it was not. It was 4:30. It was 2 hours potentially before the collision occurred.
Double check. What time was high tide? We're talking now about high tide at the Totten Key Station in Biscayne Bay, right?
I don't. I don't have the. So I don't know where the Totten Key Station is located. I did a quick review because you asked me to. So there's fluctuations in the tide, given Biscayne Bay is so large that high tide at one area might be an hour different from high tide, and I'm speculating on the tide difference. So generally speaking, it looks like the high tide, based on what I looked for, high tide was at 4:44 p.m.
On which day?
September 4th.
At which location?
I don't know.
Okay, well, can you check Totten Key, which is what the...
I can't do it while I'm sitting up here.
Okay.
It would take me some time to find that because it's not something I can just.
Okay. Your report said it was at 10:29 p.m., correct? Page 6 of your report?
Yes.
Okay. Is there a way that you can, if not at this moment, but later today, do the research and tell us what your final answer is on when was high tide on that day?
Sure.
And what would be the appropriate location to look for to determine high tide? Would it be the closest location to where the incident occurred?
Yes.
Are you familiar with the map of the area?
I am familiar with the map of the area, but I'm not familiar with the locations of the tide stations on the
Okay.
area.
If I show you the map,
Yep.
Exhibit 2,
Okay.
do you see that? Sorry.
Yep.
Sorry.
I got you.
You see Totten Key is just east of the channel?
Yep.
You see that East Arseniker is just west of the channel?
Yes.
And if those are the two closest tide stations to the event, would those be the best places to look to see what time was high tide on that day?
Yes.
Okay. So East Arseniker and Totten Key.
Okay.
So let's go back to the channel marker. Let me show you what I'm marking as defense exhibit A12 for identification.
Yes.
Does that look familiar to you?
Yes.
Okay. Is this a photograph that is included in one of your reports?
Yes.
Okay. Offer A12 by the defense.
No objection, Your Honor.
A12 marked for ID, Defense Exhibit D.
And Judge, we're going to try to publish it on the big screen. And while Mr. Armelino is trying to set up, do you see that? I think I'm going to need you to join me here.
Sure.
I'm going over here so that they're not distracting us as much. So on the channel marker, the steel pipe, you see what appear to be barnacles.
Yes.
Okay. Barnacles grow underwater.
Yes.
High tide would typically cover the barnacles,
Yes.
and it would cover it. How much above the barnacle line would high tide be?
I don't really know.
A few inches, a foot?
Few inches.
Okay. So, what I'd like to try to do is measure what's the distance from high tide to the bottom of marker 15. So we're going to do that right here. We're publishing it. Judge, this is being published through the insertion of the thumb drive we are marking as A13 for demonstrative. Okay. So I have a tape measure here. Do you see that the green marker measures on the tape measure about 4 inches on this display?
Yes.
Do you see that it's 12 inches to the water line?
Yes.
Okay. Would that tell you that from the water line to the bottom of green date board 15 is, on this tape measure, 8 inches?
Yes.
Does that tell you that it's 6 feet from the water line to the bottom of the green dayboard marker?
Sounds about right.
And that would make it 9 feet to the top of the dayboard marker. Minus whatever the difference is in the tide change if it was high tide
Yes.
when the elision occurred. So that day marker, the boat could strike that day marker, right? How high is the boat, the freeboard we just talked to the jury about, when it hits this marker on the starboard side and then strikes the green marker?
I don't have the measurement from the tip of the bow to the water line.
Okay. Now, that's all right, thanks. Okay. Now, you had talked earlier with the jury about how the boat hit we know it hit the starboard side, the right side of the boat, and we know that the gunnel is above the water line,
Yes.
right?
Mm-hmm.
And when it hits this fixed object, since it hit it on the side, it's going to sort of flex up, you said.
Correct.
Must be a few feet and it hits the green marker.
Yes.
Took the marker off, but the piling survived.
It did.
Okay. Now, I'd like you to take a look at A11 for the defense for identification.
Okay.
You recognize that?
Yes.
You recognize Lieutenant Thompson's vessel?
Yes.
Okay. Offer A11 in evidence.
No objection, Judge.
Okay.
A11 marked for AD, defense exhibit E in evidence.
And I'd like to... Oh, thank you. That's good. Now, once again, we know that the day marker itself is 3 feet in height, right? By coincidence, yeah, we zoom it just a little bit, guys, so we can make it exactly 2 inches so that it's easier to do the math. Look. That's pretty close, maybe a little bit bigger to move the image to the right. Great. That's good. We'll get it. Not too big, but that's fine. A little bit bigger, maybe? 2, 3, that's good. All right, good. Yeah. So do you see that the marker is 3 inches on this scale, right?
Yes.
And that's 3 inches. And how many inches from the top of the tape measure to the water line, roughly?
From the top of from here,
Yes, sir.
14.
14. Okay. So if we know that each day marker is 3 inches or 3 feet from the water line to the top, is how much?
You subtract 3 from 14, you have 11, so that would be in theory 11 feet.
Okay. So the bottom of the day marker, 13A, is at 11 feet. The bottom of the day marker of 15 is 6 feet.
Yes.
That's a 5-foot difference between the height of the day marker. 13A is 5 feet taller than 15.
Yes.
Now, I'd like to ask you some questions about the trajectory of the... Oh, I meant to ask you. when Thompson did his recreation, did you all track on a GPS the path he actually took?
Yes.
Did you compare it to the Roballo's path?
No.
So what we've seen is, well, then how is it that we know what part of the voyage actually tracks the Roballo's voyage? Let me say it again. What portion of Thompson's voyage tracks the Roballo's voyage?
The final leg from the second to last marker to the final marker.
13A to 15?
Yes.
The second to last, the green marker,
The-
13A?
Well, technically, the second to last marker buoy, the marker that I deployed,
The floor.
that one's accurate. And I mean, we were reasonably close to his trajectory at that time to line up for the final course.
So to be fair, what you were trying to replicate were essentially what we've heard about the last 9 seconds?
Yes.
Okay. Up until the last 9 seconds, were you all focusing on replicating the Roballo's path?
No. Well, I mean, we were trying to follow closely, but we didn't deploy multiple buoys along the way to directly copy his path.
Okay. So the initial acceleration by Thompson that we see might have been from a different position from where the Roballo was on September 4th?
Yes. Is it initial when we jump up on plane to start? Yes, correct.
Let me show you what's been marked as defendant's A6 for identification.
Yes.
This is the Cutter Bank channel with the markers in green and red, not to scale.
Yes.
Okay. Offer A6 into evidence.
No objection, Your Honor.
A6 mark for ID, Defense Exhibit F.
Thank you. And I'm sorry to make you stand and get
Not a problem.
get our steps in here. Sure. So, marker 15, the site of the elision.
Yes.
Markers 15, 13A, and 13 do not make a straight line, correct?
Not precisely, no.
Okay. There's an offset.
A little bit, yes.
Okay. As the Roballo is coming down Cutter Bank channel like my finger is now, maybe I should borrow the pointer if that's available. So I'm not touching the screen, but if it's not available, that's all right too. There comes a point where the green marker 13A obscures green marker 15. All right?
I wouldn't necessarily agree with that.
Okay. Take a look. Let me show you defense exhibits A7, A8, and A9. Take a look.
Sure.
A7, A8, and A9.
Okay.
Am I right?
From the perspective that you took this picture, you can still see it, but 15 is somewhat obscured by 13A. This would be probably a quarter mile or more out.
Okay, so let's offer that as evidence at this time.
Your Honor, I'd like to voir dire on that. Mr. Albert, as you were looking at defense A7, A8, and A9, are you able to describe for us, given this perspective, where the photographer would have been in relation to the channel?
Not precisely, but it looks like pretty much in the middle of the channel. And this is 13, 13. So, yeah. Oh, you mean on the chart there? Yes. Okay.
Let me just set those down here.
Sure. Okay.
Of course.
Okay.
And if you could just kind of scooch back a little bit so everyone
Sure,
can see.
okay. So this one looks like it's the furthest perspective. This appears to be marker 12. Yeah, so this would be marker 12, and this would be marker 13. This is marker 13A, this is 14. So that would be, let's see here, that's 13A, that's marker. So it's like probably about where that depth reading of 2 feet is out here in this vicinity here.
Now, that's obviously a snapshot image, correct? That
Yes.
the defense has given to you. Now, is it your understanding that the Robalo vessel was stopped in place
No,
through the channel?
no, it was moving it up in the low 40s.
So is this necessarily an accurate depiction of what the operator of that vessel would have seen as he or she was traversing that channel?
No.
Judge, I object to the admission of that evidence.
I believe it. You want me to?
Any other questions?
Yeah, sure.
This would be a still shot at one point in the line of the channel, right?
Sure.
We don't know sitting here, you weren't there, I wasn't there, whether anybody was actually looking down the channel at that moment in time.
Correct. So this would have been an instantaneous view, but what we also don't know is exactly where the Robalo was from either side to either side. So it's not really, it's tough to say if at any point that 15 was obscured by the channel.
But you can plot that because we have the track of the Robalo. So you could draw a straight line
Yes.
between 15, 13A, and see where does it intersect with the path of the Robalo, because you have the track
Yes.
showing the path. You could actually do that for us.
Yes.
Okay.
Okay.
So high tide
Okay.
and the intersection point where the Robalo, looking down the channel, would see 13, 13A, which would be obscuring 15.
Sure.
Okay. Offer, Judge.
Same objection, Your Honor.
Over objection admitted.
Can we publish it?
And let me introduce.
Hold on.
See what's been marked as defense A7, now defense exhibit G in evidence. A8, defense exhibit H. A9, defense exhibit I.
So which one is it?
Sorry.
So
That one is exhibit I.
what number? Oh, we go with that.
Exhibit I.
Defense exhibit I. So from this point of view, if you count the markers, the naked eye, it appears there are 2 green on the left and 2 red on the right.
I mean, I can still see it. I can't see the post, but yes, for a moment in time, when you're transiting, if you're transiting this particular path for a moment in time, the marker 15 would be partially obscured by 13A.
If we could just enlarge it so the jury can see what the witness is describing. enlarged until you can see marker 15 behind, but obscured by marker 13A. Now, the other two pictures that, there's one, and am I missing one? There's two. You put two? Oh, they're right here. Ah, thank you. Is this not in evidence yet? So I'd like to do these in sequence. So, starting with A7. No. Oh, sorry. Sorry. Q? Or G? What is that? That's a G. Starting with G, at this point in the channel, one can see in this photograph that there are three green markers on the left side, right?
Yes.
15 is the furthest one away. That's the shorter marker, right?
Yes.
Doing that right? Maybe we can do it on the screen here. There we go. Okay. Visually, what is seen, that's it, hold. Just so we're clear, going from left to right, 15, 13, 13A.
Yes.
On the screen here.
Yes.
But we know 15 is the one in the furthest distance. Then 13A is behind 13, going south. So southbound 13, 13A, 15. But on this image, 15 is furthest to the left, 13 is in the middle, 13A is on the right. Now let's go to Defense Exhibit H. Need the number?
62.
62. Remember, 13 is in the middle of the picture we just saw. At this vantage point, 13 is no longer in the middle. Now 13 is all the way on the left, 15 is in the middle, 13A is on the right.
Yes.
Okay? And then if we go back to the original one we started with, I,
58.
you see that marker 15 is moving, not really moving, but in the image, it's further to the right. In the second photo, and then it becomes more obscured in the third photo. And it's actually going to end up, if we keep doing photographs, that marker would then move, 15 would move further to the right in the photograph.
You're just changing the perspective.
Right. Which is what happens when you're driving down the channel, depending on the moment in time you look ahead, the operator might just see 2 green markers, not 3.
Okay.
And when, I'm done with that for now, Carlos. When an operator is traversing through a channel, is it typical or prudent for the operator to count the number of markers left to go in the channel?
No.
It's not an issue for you? That's not something you do? You don't count the markers? Okay. You had indicated, because we listened to the sound of Thompson's exercise of the recreation, the noise of the hull, the body of the boat traversing on the water makes noise.
Yes.
Okay. And the motors make noise.
Yes.
And were you
bringing that to our attention because that can be a distraction?
Noise?
That's why I was wondering why that came up.
It came up because I was asked a question, that's all.
Okay.
Yeah.
So when the prosecutor asked you, when Thompson recreated or attempted to recreate the path of the Robalo, his boat had no passengers on the bow,
Yes.
right? The camera was in front of the windshield, right?
Yes.
He, of course, was laser focused on replicating the path but avoiding the marker.
Yes.
And he was successful in doing that.
Yes.
One moment, Your Honor. I'd like to ask you some questions now about the GPS track that the SIMRAD on the Robalo recorded.
Yes.
Okay. And I think you've explained to the jury that the way the device works is that at certain points in time, the SIMRAD machine will record a location,
Yes.
and that location is provided to the SIMRAD device by some sort of global position satellite?
No.
No, how does that work?
Well, the time in the GPS, in the SIMRAD, is synced to the time in the GPS. The GPS system actually keeps very good, accurate time. And the time, each track point is timestamped. Now, it's not timestamped to like the billionth of a second, like an atomic clock. It's stamped to the whole second, but yes.
Okay, and so I'm just trying to understand the device, that piece of machinery. Is it receiving a signal from somewhere up in the sky telling it where the machine is at that moment in time? That's the location that it is recording?
So, how deep do you want to dive into this?
Not too deep.
Okay.
All I want to understand is it's receiving some piece of information, the device, about a location.
It's not. It's calculating its position.
Even the location it's being calculated.
Yes, it is calculating its position.
Okay.
So the GPS system, there's 31 satellites that orbit the Earth, and that's just for our GPS system, the United States. There's also European and Russian and Chinese. So all those satellites are sending out a signal, and your GPS device is listening for those signals, and it needs to hear 4 signals at least in order to calculate its position. It does that by measuring the distance from the GPS to that satellite. So 4 measurements, it can pinpoint its location on the surface of the Earth.
Got it. So with those 4 data points, it then calculates.
4 is minimum. Sometimes it's using more than 4.
Fair enough.
Yes. Okay.
And then the machine calculates its location based on that data?
Yes.
Okay. And the machine also somehow records the time when it calculated that?
It's when it's reading 4 signals from the satellite, it synchronizes its clock with the atomic clocks, the validated time in the GPS system, and then adjusts, of course, for the time zone that it's in. Old devices, like the old GPSs, you used to have to set the time zone that you're in. Now, pretty much all of them automatically just compensate for whatever time zone you're in.
Okay. And so when the GPS, I'll call it the SIMRAD.
Yes.
The SIMRAD will record a location and a time. I use
Yes.
the word record. Is that a fair way to?
Yes.
Okay. And then along the path, it will continue recording at whatever interval. It could be a time interval. It could be the auto interval you've described when course change, speed change. And so what the machine does is simply, nothing simple, I shouldn't say that. The machine is recording all of these points, all of these locations, all of these times, and then it's calculating on top of that speed, for example, based on the...
So the speed is calculated by the software when I download that data and I put it into Garmin Basecamp or Google Earth or one of the other programs. The program calculates the speed based on the distance and the time in between the track points.
So these SIMRADs, if I'm operating a motorboat and I see a speed on that motorboat
Yes.
SIMRAD,
Yes.
is that the same speed we're going to see in the data you put in there?
It's very close. Yes, very close.
How is that speed being calculated? The one that's on the machine in real time?
In the same fashion, but just at a quicker rate, because the GPS updates like 10 times per second.
Okay. Okay. Is the SIMRAD a device that can operate in conjunction with autopilot?
Yes.
Autopilot is a separate feature.
Yes.
Okay, it requires more equipment.
Yes.
The Robalo wasn't equipped with autopilot, was it? Correct?
Not that I'm aware of, no.
Okay. Does autopilot work by steering the vessel based on the SIMRAD's information?
Yes.
Okay. And autopilot, presumably, well, you tell us, is it sort of like Waymo that we're seeing in cars these days?
It's not quite the same.
Okay. But a computer is effectively driving the boat when it's on autopilot, right?
Yeah, but it's much more point to point. It's not. It is capable of. It's not the same. Like it's not a Tesla, where it's driving, making turns on the street. So, when you're using autopilot, you're typically, as the crow flies, from point A to point B, and then you can put in multiple points, and then some of these newer, like the state-of-the-art marine GPSs, you can ask it to auto-generate the best route based on the input that you put into the device, and it will generate a route, and you can use your autopilot to navigate. Yes.
Okay. The markers, the channel, cutter bank, those markers, you're able to tell using your handheld device where that marker is in terms of longitude and latitude, right?
Yes.
Is it correct that the SIMRAD device on the Robalo, at least as to marker 15, does not chart marker 15 exactly where your device says marker 15 actually stands in the water?
I don't necessarily agree with that.
I'm asking you.
I don't agree with that statement.
Okay. I'll ask the question.
Yes.
Is marker 15 where it stands in the water, is that where it appeared on the chart generated by the SIMRAD device on the Robalo?
On the day that the incident happened,
Let's start there.
I don't know.
Okay. What about when you downloaded the information and generated some visuals of the track line of the Robalo?
Yes. There's no way for me to know what chart Mr. Pino was looking at that day because he's got multiple options with this device. There's a base map, which is what I took pictures of and what the defense expert took pictures of. But that's just one way of displaying the data on there. There's also bird's eye imagery. His device was equipped with navionics software. So he can do bird's eye imagery. He can do complete bird's eye imagery, like you're looking at a Google Earth image with the chart data overlaid on top of it, or you can do part like chart and part bird's eye imagery, or you can do overlays of both together. So the pictures that I have and that defense took were of the base map.
Okay. Let me show you marked for identification A5. Is that what you're referring to?
This is the base map, yes.
Okay. Offer A5 into evidence.
May I just look at that one for a moment? I'd like to voir dire on this. Mr. Albert, I'm showing you Defense Exhibit A5. Have you seen this image before?
Yes.
Can you explain to the members of the jury if this is a view that would be safe to use for navigating a vessel?
So the one on the left,
If you want to step down,
Sure.
because it's a small photograph.
so these are two separate images of the base map from the GPS. And right here is marker 15, and right here is marker 15. The lighter shaded area is the intercoastal waterway channel. And the pink line, the pink dotted line here is what the Army Corps of Engineers represents as the deep water portion of the channel. Right? So this image is of that area zoomed out. So like an inch of chart, for example, might be several hundred feet, right? Because you got the whole channel, and you have 14 and 15, which I don't know the distance offhand, but they're several hundred feet away, right? This zoomed in version, this is a tightly zoomed in version. I don't know how tight the zoom is because the scale's not on the picture. This is a tightly zoomed picture, probably in double digits, like, 30, 40, 50 feet. So it's zoomed in really tight on channel marker 15.
And if it's zoomed in really, really tight, does it make it look as if the track that was plotted by the GPS is actually further away from the marker than it would have been?
No, so the actual GPS data is accurate. How it's projected onto this base map. The base map might be offset just a hair. So you have, imagine looking at a low resolution image on your phone.
For example, the Mona Lisa.
Okay.
Objection, Your Honor?
If you zoom in.
No objection to the Mona Lisa, but I'm not sure what we're doing here.
Is this a demonstrative that you're using?
Yes, Your Honor, so that the witness can explain
Go ahead.
the base map and the track lines.
The closer you zoom in, the less detailed it gets. It becomes pixelated, right? And so if you look at the zoomed out version here, the track line goes right into channel marker 15. If you zoom in really, really tight, it's missing, and it's hard to say exactly how much it's missing by how much the offset is, because we don't know what the scale of the picture is.
I object to the image.
No objection.
I'm sorry, I couldn't hear.
Over objection is allowed.
A5,
You gotta give her a quick.
Here you go. Sorry about that.
A5 marked for ID, Defense Exhibit J.
You want it on the screen, or you don't?
Sure. While we're putting that one on the screen, tell us what's A4.
This is a picture of the base map on the SIMRAD device.
Offer A4.
No objection.
Without objection, made.
A4 marked for ID, Defense Exhibit K.
So, Mr. Albert, turn this around. So this is the pink, you call it the
That's bar, yep.
pink, but the center line of the channel?
It's not always the center line, but it's in between the markers.
So this would be exhibit J, defense exhibit J. At least according to this image that was on the SIMRAC,
Yes.
okay, at least this image shows that the track line of the Ravallo was west of the marker. That's what it shows, right? Right?
Yes. In this image, yes.
We know that it actually struck the marker.
Yes.
And we also know that it struck the marker on its starboard side, its right side.
Yes.
And that would suggest that the Ravallo was headed towards that marker with its starboard bow alighting the marker. The marker would be just right of center of the bow.
Yes.
Okay? It would be what we would say is off the starboard bow. The marker would have been off the
So,
starboard bow.
In my world, it's on the bow.
On the bow.
It's dead ahead.
Okay.
It's dead ahead. We're talking about, a couple of feet off to the right.
Okay. Which means that the marker would be, in your world, the marker would be slightly west of the Ravallo.
I don't understand.
This is south, right?
Yes. Mhm.
It hit the starboard side, so the marker would be slightly west of the Ravallo. West is the main.
Okay.
Okay? At least according to the track line that Simrad produced, the marker was actually east of the Ravallo.
You're misrepresenting it because what's, can I borrow that?
Okay, go ahead.
Sure, okay. This GPS data, okay, this is repeatable data that I can go out and see and put a marker on and measure every day in the real world in a couple feet with my GPS, right? And the marker, the Coast Guard posts a list of the locations of all the markers, all the way through the entire coastal waterway channel. So one of the first things I did when I went out there that day is I placed my GPS on the actual marker and recorded the latitude and longitude of the marker. It is exactly the same on my GPS as it was on the Coast Guard navigation list. The latitude and longitude reported by Mr. Pino's GPS is within 1,000th of a minute of the exact location. And so that can be easily, first of all, it equates to about 6 feet, which is inside the performance limits of GPS, right? And it can also account for the distance from the actual physical marker to the actual GPS unit itself. So we know that that boat, we know where it was and we hit it. The reason it looks like this is because it's not because the GPS data is wrong, because if you take the chart, right, and you just move the chart slightly over this way, you follow, like, it's not the GPS data, it's this lower resolution base map that's being used to navigate.
Okay, so
Maybe, we don't know that it was what he was using to navigate it.
but can you tell the jury what was on the screen in real time, where that marker was on the screen in real time as the boat was moving?
Now, I would also hope that he wouldn't have it zoomed into a 20-foot zoom scale because he wouldn't be able to see what had it.
Oh,
Yeah, then you'll-
yes, Carlos, while I'm checking my notes, could you publish Defense Exhibit K, Kilo, for the jury? Thank you. So, what is now, this is Katy Puig. Can you tell the jury what that is?
Yes, so this is a picture of the screen. This probably zoomed in to the tightest possible range on this.
Is there a scale right
It
now?
looks like this is the equivalent of 20 feet. It's hard for me to say, but that's what it looks like to me, 20 feet.
Okay, is this this is the SIMRAD from the revolver, right?
Yes,
And this is the image that, when the machine was turned on, that was visible to the viewer at that moment in time when the machine turned on?
no.
So what is that?
This is a picture that I believe your, Mr. Edmund took, where he turned on the machine and then he navigated to the chart plotter page and then he zoomed in to the tightest possible range.
Okay. But that's an image from the actual SIMRAD.
It is.
Was it transposed to Basecamp or anything like that
No.
at that point in time?
No.
So the Basecamp business you told us about a moment ago doesn't affect what we're all seeing here right now, correct?
No. The way that this image was set, the way that the examiner manipulated the screen is what made it look like this.
When you say manipulated, you're not saying the examiner moved this line or moved the marker, are you?
No.
You're just saying magnified, put his camera there so we could all see it here today.
Well, he navigated to the chart screen and then he zoomed in to the tightest possible range and then took the picture.
Okay.
With his camera.
When you say navigate, because we're here talking about coding, you mean?
Well, he went through the menu options and then so see these crosshairs here, so that allows the user to scan around on the chart, and then when you hit the zoom function, you can zoom in on certain items. Like, so if, for example, you want to know about this channel marker, you could actually hit the enter button here, and it would pop up. The pop-up would show exactly what marker it was, what number it was, and so on and so forth. Yep.
That's all I have, Judge. Nothing new.
You want to turn all your exhibits?
Sure. Judge,
May I assist?
I'm going to offer the thumb drive in case it's going to be easier for later viewing. It's the same content. It's just makes it easier to see, perhaps. That.
Well, the exhibits right now are what you had marked there, right? They're
Yes,
all
Judge.
marked on these exhibits, so keep
Yes,
that
Judge.
in mind. With this from
Understood.
the other exhibits in the
Yes, Judge, I'm counting.
Yeah, I got it here. I think that's it.
One moment, Your Honor.
Thank you, Judge. Mr. Albert, where is your GPS handheld device? In this box?
Yeah. I hope it's there.
I'm gonna drop it.
It's pretty rugged.
Do you consider this a machine?
Yes.
Is this a machine that is very precise in its ability to take measurements?
Yes.
Now, let's talk a little bit about the recreation that took place in this particular case. Was it daylight out when
Yeah.
that recreation was done?
Yes.
Was it still daylight out on September 4th, 2022, when the defendant crashed his vessel into the channel marker?
Yes.
I'm showing you then State's Exhibit number 2, which is in evidence. I want to ask you something. This is kind of silly, but I have a little picture here.
Okay.
Let's say a representation of the sun. Now, the sun would be setting in the west, right?
Yes.
I think the defense attorney asked you if it was setting in the west at that time of the year. Does the sun set in the west all the times of the year?
Well, I mean, it depends on the season. It's either a little further north or a little further south.
But not in the east.
No, it rises in the east and sets in the west.
Okay, so
I didn't catch that. Sorry.
that's okay. You have one
Okay.
day.
Yeah.
So now, when the defendant is coming down the Cutter Bank channel, is he going west where the sun is? Is there any reason to think that the sun blinded the defendant so that he could not see channel marker 15? If there was some kind of glare on the windshield of that Robalo so that it was hard to see, would prudent seamanship require maybe to slow down and to clean off the windshield so that the operator can see?
I would argue that he should stop and clean the windshield to see. And go ahead. Sorry.
No, that's okay. Because I think you remember telling us about some of those navigational rules.
Yes.
And I think number 5 was the one about being able to look out.
5 says you have to maintain a lookout at all times using all available means.
Your Honor, may I ask the court to have the defendant rise for a moment, please?
Objection. You stand up.
Mr. Albert, are you able, if you need to move, but about how tall is the defendant?
6 foot, 6'2".
You want to stand next to him because we know how tall you are.
6. Maybe a little.
Okay.
7'6".
Yeah.
So, knowing what you know of the dimensions of this vessel, because you've been on it yourself, is there any reason to think that a man of this defendant's height would be unable to see ahead of him, whether he's seated in the vessel or standing up?
No, and also based on the amount of experience that he had documented in the GPS, he would also have been aware of any limitations that he had visibility-wise on the boat.
And earlier in your testimony, we took a break for Judge Tinkler Mendez to read to the jurors a stipulation agreement between the defense and the prosecution that Robalo vessel was in proper working order on the day of this incident. Do you have any reason to think that, in fact, there was something wrong with that vessel that caused the vessel to crash into that channel marker?
I don't have any evidence. I do not have any evidence of that. No.
Now, the defense attorney asked you if during that recreation there were any people seated in the front portion of that FWC vessel. Would it have been safe seamanship to have anybody up at that part of the vessel for that recreation?
Objection. Pre-trial rule.
Sustained. Go ahead.
You want? I would ask for a sidebar. blocking the view of the operator.
Objection, fact's not in evidence at all.
You need to actually demonstrate, correct?
So
If-
if there were passengers seated on the top part of that bow so as to block the view of the operator, should the operator, according to the navigation rules, continue going forward with people blocking his view?
Objection regarding eliminating.
Rephrase, counsel, please.
What would be a safe and prudent thing for an operator of a vessel to do if there are people either standing up or sitting up in a way that that operator can't see what's in front of them?
It's the operator's responsibility to maintain a proper lookout at all times, using all available means. If somebody is obstructing his visibility, it's the captain's duty to move, just tell him to move, I can't see. Reposition it.
Have you ever done work with the Coast Guard?
Yes.
Have you ever been on Coast Guard vessels?
Yes.
You work with, I think they're called coasties, right? People that work for the Coast Guard?
Yes.
Do you think they're aware of the fact that the tides raise and lower every day of every year?
It's general knowledge, yes.
So, channel marker 15, if the tide is high, does that make it then an unsafe beacon for people traversing the Cutter Bank Channel?
Not at all.
Now, the defense attorney showed you a photograph where, if you look at it in one snapshot way, it can appear as though maybe channel markers 13 and 15 are in line with one another.
Yes.
I think I brought this up in my voir dire, but do you have any indication that that vessel stayed stationary in such a way that those two markers were aligned so that 13A obscured the view of 15?
I'm not aware of that. No, the evidence doesn't suggest that.
I'm sorry, judges, please give me 1 minute. Mr. Albert, I'm going to show you a demonstrative aid. It's not in evidence. It states 2I. It's not particularly artistic,
Okay.
but it has a red 14
Yes.
and a green 15.
Yes.
Is this roughly
Well,
a cartoon image of
Yes.
the Cutter Bank Channel? And if I were to put a green square here, would that be approximately where 13A would be?
yes.
Now, if a person is traversing the channel going southbound on the right-hand or starboard side of the channel, would there be a way that channel marker 13A and 15 are aligned with one another?
If you're traveling down
The right-hand side
the right-hand side,
of the channel.
I can't say without researching it, but they would have gotten near. They wouldn't have gotten near either one of the markers on the starboard side of the channel.
So by being on the port side of the channel, not the starboard side that's going southbound, does that, even if that's happening, are these markers still fully visible more than, or channel 15, more than 9 seconds prior to that second to last and then last
Yes.
track mark? If somebody doesn't see an object, does that mean that it's not completely visible?
No.
In this particular case, if the operator of that Robalo vessel did not see channel marker 15, does that mean that it was not fully visible for safe operators of vessels?
No.
If the operator of the Robalo, in this case, told the police during an interview that he was approaching the quote-unquote last channel marker when this crash happened, would that be consistent with that operator knowing where channel marker 15 was?
Yes.
Last thing, you were asked questions about zooming in. Would it have been possible to take a photograph of the chart plotter device without zooming it in?
Yes.
And have you seen that type of an image from this very SIMRAD device?
I think I showed one. They were side by side with one of the images. Yes.
When the image is not super zoomed in, does the chart plotter show the path of the Robalo straight into channel marker 15?
It does.
No other questions?
All right. I'm considering you're subject to recall. Staying here, sitting.
I have a quick question.
Okay.
Sure.
We're going to take a little coffee break now with the jury. Ladies and gentlemen, please put your notepads and sign on. You can have your seats if you would. We're going to take about 15 minutes for a coffee break. Please do not discuss the case. And we'll take you All right, State, you can call your next witness.
Thank you, Your Honor. The state will call Dr. Fintan Garavan, please.
So if you step forward, face the clerk, raise your right hand and be sworn.
You solemnly swear from the testimony about to give will be the truth, the whole truth, and nothing but the truth?
I do.
You may have a seat, Dr. Smith.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Could you please tell us your name?
My full name is Dr. David Fintan Garavan, G for golf, A-R-A, V for Victor, A-N.
What is it that you do for a living?
I'm a forensic pathologist and toxicologist.
Can you explain to the members of the jury what it is that you do as a forensic pathologist and toxicologist?
Forensic pathology is a subspecialty of medicine. There are two types of pathologists. There's a hospital pathologist, also called a surgical pathologist. You'll know them by if you go to your doctor and you have a lump, bump, rash, something that your doctor doesn't like, they'll take a biopsy or take some of it out, perhaps a breast lump, for example. That will go to a pathologist where it will be examined and they will make a diagnosis which will then determine your treatment. Forensic pathologists have done all that, and then we go on to a further stage. The further stage is where we deal with the whole body, and we are concerned with the cause and the manner of death. So we take into account natural diseases, injuries, drugs, circumstance, which can cause the death of a human being in its looking at the whole body. We take into account the scene, the location, circumstances, how it happened, and we form an opinion as to the cause of death, and we form an opinion as a medical examiner. The state of Florida is a medical examiner state. There are no coroners in Florida. We also provide a manner of death, of which there are 5 choices: natural death, accidental death, suicide, homicide, or undetermined.
You mentioned something about also a specialty of forensic toxicology.
Yes, I also have a PhD in toxicology, and I work as a forensic toxicologist in addition to forensic pathology.
I'm going to guess that perhaps you did not grow up here in Miami, Florida.
I did not.
Could you explain to the members of the jury, where did you grow up and where did you get your education?
My home country is Ireland. I did all my medical training in Ireland. I did my PhD and my science training in Ireland. I came to the United States in 2006 for 1 year. 1 year. I'm still there. I did my fellowship in forensic pathology here in Miami-Dade under Bruce Hyman, who unfortunately passed away, but I trained under him, and I stayed here for a couple of years thereafter. Subsequently, I have worked in many countries. I've worked in England, Liverpool, England. I worked in New Zealand, Samoa, Tonga, Cook Islands.
Wait, speak up a little bit.
England, Samoa, New Zealand, Cook Islands, Australia, and I came back to the United States at the request of Dr. Hyman in 2015.
Are you a member of any professional organizations for forensic pathology?
Yes, I'm a fellow of the Royal College of Pathologists of London, for which I took my...
Do you need some water, sir?
Actually, that'd be great, please. I just drank a very strong coffee, compliments of the office clerk. Or the officer, I should say. Yes, so I'm a fellow of the Royal College of Pathologists, which is in London. I took my examinations there. I'm also a fellow of the National Association of Medical Examiners, which is the equivalent in the United States. I'm a dual fellow. I think that's a pretty unique. I don't think I'm not aware of any other person that has dual fellowships. I'm also there's quite a few. So I'm a member of the International Association of Toxicologists, the Forensic Society of Toxicology, the Association of American Forensic Sciences, I think are the main pertinent ones to this court.
Now, what does it benefit you to be a member of these different organizations?
Well, as a fellow of a college, it means that you have gone through the rigorous examination process. That process in London is a 3-day examination. So you have to actually perform an autopsy in front of examiners. You have to show that you can actually do what you claim you can do. They can give you any case. You don't have a choice in that. You have to sit a morning of written examinations. Yes, writing is still a thing. You have to actually write essays. And then there are 2 days of what we call long cases and short cases. And then at the end of that, on the third and last day, you have to do an oral defense. So it's 3 full days. The advantages of being members of the other professional organizations is that you stay in touch with what's current. You attend meetings, you keep yourself abreast, you have access to current information, which keeps you on top of your profession, which is useful.
Could you tell us a little bit about the types of deaths that you have investigated over the course of your career?
Many. Personally, I've done somewhere between 8,000 to 8,500 cases myself with my own hands. But as a supervisor and trainer, I would have probably directly supervised another 7,500. As an expert, been asked to review cases for whatever reason, you can probably add another 800 to 1,000 cases. I work all over the world. I work in New Zealand, I work in Puerto Rico, I work for the federal government, and I work for various states. I do defense as well as for the prosecution. But ultimately, I don't care who's asking me the question. You're going to get the same answer. It just depends on who's asking the question.
I want to ask if there was a time in your career after Dr. Haima had passed away that you came back and were, in fact, working at the Miami-Dade Office of the Medical Examiner.
I was.
And was there ever a time when you were there when a doctor by the name of Kenneth Hutchins was the chief medical examiner?
That's right, he was there, yes.
Is he still working as chief medical examiner of Miami-Dade County now?
He's retired.
Does the Miami-Dade Medical Examiner's Office have a fellowship program?
Yes.
Could you explain what that is?
Fellowship program is the programs that exist. There are several in the United States. Approximately 40 to 45 doctors are taken on to various programs around the United States for what's called your finishing school or 1 year of fellowship. That is usually at your 13th or 14th year of training. So you're at the end of the road, you hope, and you spend a year in a program where you go through a dedicated training program to polish you, I guess, to bring you up to speed, to bring your skill sets up, to poke you, to push you, to see if you can take the stress and strain, if you're suitable. Not everybody is. But it's really an intensive year of training, at the end of which you're still not qualified. You still have to take the examinations.
Is it the case that there might be fellows who come to the Miami-Dade Medical Examiner's Office for their 1 year program, get involved in perhaps conducting an autopsy, but then go off to wherever it is they're going to continue their work?
Yes, that happens every year. They're only there for 1 year. Most go somewhere. It may not be here. Some stay, but it's not usual. Most leave to have families back to where they're from and so on.
Is it the case that if, for example, the fellow who worked on an autopsy, would that person be supervised by somebody who is here permanently?
Yes.
Now, if there was a situation where the chief medical examiner is retired and the person who conducted the autopsy under his supervision has moved to parts outside of the state of Florida, for example, would you be able, based on your training and experience, be able to review that autopsy file to come up with your own impressions of what the cause and manner of death would be?
It's not unusual. Life is life. People move on. We don't live forever, or we retire. So cases can come to court after the fact, and in those circumstances, we should be able to sit down, review the case with the information available, and form an independent opinion. Because if the case is well documented, and it should be at a high standard, you should be able to review it and form an independent opinion.
I want to call your attention now to Miami-Dade Medical Examiner case number 2022 or 2022-02732.
Yes.
Have you become familiar with that case number?
Yes.
And in fact, in preparation for your testimony, were you given copies of all of the medical examiner notes, reports, photographs, and the like?
Yes.
In reviewing those documents, were they sufficiently thorough and detailed that allow you to tell this jury a bit about the cause of death of the person who was autopsied under that case number?
Yes.
Who was the medical examiner that oversaw that process?
Dr. Hutchins.
Do you know a woman by the name of Dr. Brittany Imblum?
I do not.
Is it your understanding from reviewing the notes that that is the doctor who was the fellow at the time working under the direction and supervision of Dr. Hutchins?
Yes.
First, I want to ask you about that case number that I read to you, 2022-02732. Can you explain what the significance of that medical examiner case number is?
Each case, when it arrives to the department, each case is assigned a unique number. They come in a sequence, so there's a case before and a case after, but there's a sequence of numbers, but they're all unique to that case. No other case will have that number.
And when you say case, are you referring to person?
I am referring to a person or an investigation of a death that may involve a whole, part, or some persons.
Now, in order to ensure that, let's say, photographs or specimens that are collected from that person or case will be only dealing with that person or case, is there anything done with that case number to ensure that it doesn't get confused with any of the other cases?
Well, in each case, the number ascribed to that case, for example, in the photographs, they'll all have the unique number present in the photographs. All samples will be labelled with that number. The case file will be labelled with that number. Everything that's generated for that case is attached with that number.
Do you know the name of the person who was assigned that case number?
I don't offhand, I do not.
Would reviewing the medical examiner autopsy report
Yeah,
help
and
you?
please, I just want to be clear, it's no disrespect to the deceased. We have to remain impartial, so I try not to learn the personal aspects of it.
Can you please take a look at this protocol and tell me if this is the protocol you reviewed for your testimony here today?
Yes, it is. It is.
Okay. And what is the name of the person who was autopsied under that case number?
Lucy Fernandez.
What was her date of birth?
Her date of birth is not given in this protocol, but if you give me 1 second.
Would that be noted in the investigations report
It's
that
in
went
the-
along with this?
Which I do not have, correct. Thank you.
You're welcome. Is that the investigations report that was part of that case file for Luciana Fernandez?
Yes, it is.
And what was her date of birth?
It states that she's 17 years old. It does not give me a specific date of birth on that. on this file. At least I don't see it.
You don't see it under her name?
August 26, 2005, excuse me.
That's
yes.
okay. Does the investigations report also include information as to the date and time that she died?
Yes, it does.
What is that?
September 5th, 2022 at 6:30 a.m.
And where was it that she was pronounced deceased?
Kendall Regional Medical Center.
Are you aware of a type of photograph that's taken at the medical examiner's office called a legal ID photograph?
Yes.
Can you explain what that is, please?
It's a photograph taken of the person's face, usually upper neck and face, full features, to assist or be available to help with the identification, so it may be shown to a loved one or person familiar to confirm as part of that is the person that we think it is.
I'm showing you what is in evidence as State's Exhibit number 7. Now, you had the opportunity to familiarize yourself with the photographs that were associated with this case, correct?
Yes.
I'm showing you State's Exhibit 7. Is this a legal identification photograph of Luciana Fernandez?
Yes.
I'm going to show you an exhibit. It's State's Exhibit number 1 in evidence. Do you know this person?
I do not.
Do you know any members of her family?
I do not.
Let's start with some basic information about Ms. Fernandez. How tall was she?
5'5".
How much did she weigh?
135 pounds.
When she was brought to the office of the medical examiner, did she have a condition known as anasarca? If I'm
She
not
did.
mispronouncing it.
No, you're pronouncing it correctly. She did have a condition called anasarca.
Could you explain what that is?
Anasarca is a condition where the body swells, fluid seeping into all tissues. It is a terminal condition which may arise for a multiple of reasons, but its presence tells you that the organs have failed and this person has been in terminal decline for hours before their death. It can be days or weeks depending on the case, but ultimately when the body is swelling like that, it means that the organs have failed.
Doctor, do you have an opinion as to the cause of the death of Luciana Fernandez?
Having reviewed all of the evidence that was provided, the photograph, the autopsy protocol, the circumstance of the case, which is clearly very important to us, the cause of death in this case was determined to be drowning. I would agree with that. I would have used slightly different language, complications of drowning, but that's a style, not a difference of opinion.
Why would you say complications of drowning as opposed to drowning?
I use that term if the person, if you retrieve the heart function, depending on the circumstance, if the heart function is restored, technically they're still alive. However, the consequences of the damage done for whatever is the initial insult cannot be overcome, and therefore it ultimately causes the death. So I call it a complication of it. It could be blunt force trauma, it could be gunshot wounds, but in this case it's drowning.
Would you please describe the evidence of medical intervention that was done to try to keep Ms. Fernandez alive?
Objection, Your Honor. 401, 403.
Go ahead.
Well, there were many things done. So once she was recovered from the water, attempts at CPR were initiated. They were quite aggressive, as you would expect it to be. It was quite sustained. It went on for quite a period of time, from time of retrieval to transfer to hospital. On arrival to hospital, these attempts continued at resuscitation, which included attempts to restart the heart, which were successful. They would have done many other things, taken blood samples, added fluids, and so on. Got an airway, which is putting in a tube to start allowing for oxygen to be put back into the lungs. So all of these are done as part of resuscitation.
After Ms. Fernandez died and her body was transported to the office of the medical examiner, will there be a photograph known as the receiving photograph?
Yes.
Can you explain what that is, please?
On arrival, the body or patient or person is photographed as we received it. Literally, the way it came in, we take a photograph so that we document this is how we received the person.
When Ms. Fernandez was brought to the office of the medical examiner, did she have injuries that were consistent with sustained attempts at or sustained amounts of CPR, cardiopulmonary resuscitation?
She did.
Can you describe what you're talking about?
The main injuries that she had present, which are common in CPR, are fractured ribs. We see it a lot. And the older you are, the more likely you are to have fractured ribs. Young people tend to do a bit better, but in CPR, it's not a criticism of anyone. They're doing their best. It's a very emotional event. You're trying to recover someone. Sometimes people press too hard, and they regret ribs.
Showing counsel states 1T for identification. Doctor, I'm showing you states 1T for identification. Do you recognize this photograph?
I do.
And aside from the fact that the breasts of the individual in this photograph are pixelated, does this fairly and accurately depict the body of Luciana Fernandez at the time that she was autopsied?
It does.
At this time, I move states 1T for identification into evidence.
Objection.
State Exhibit 1T, previously marked for identification, will become State Exhibit 115.
May the doctor stand down?
Yes.
Doctor, can you please point out the location of the injuries that you're talking about that would be consistent with her having sustained CPR?
To the center of the chest, you'll see a red mark, a red abrasion, and that's very typical of the device. It's called a Lucas device.
Called a what device?
Lucas, L-U-C-A-S, Lucas device. It will artificially compress the chest, and it will cause abrasions. They are not itself harmful. A reflection of you cannot see broken ribs, of course, but there are broken present. And on her right arm, you see an ivory axis.
Did Ms. Fernandez have any injuries to her head?
Yes.
Can you describe those injuries, please?
So she has a pink abrasion on the left side of her forehead, which was 1 by 0.5 centimeters. She had hemorrhage coming from both her nose, nears, N-A-R-E-S. She had a faint blue contusion on the bridge of her nose. She has an abrasion and bruising to the right side of her mouth. Lower lip was swollen. the right side of the inside of her gum, called the labial, L-A-B-I-A-L, mucosa, M-U-C-O-S-A, had bruising or contusions. They're also present on the lower aspect, so the upper and lower part of her inside of her mouth. The ventral aspect of the left side, that's the top of her left side of her tongue, also had a bruise. She had bruising present on the right side, left side, and on the front of her scalp. So in this area, she had bruising. And the right temporalis muscle, which is on the right side of your head, had also bruising. And there was bruising on the left side of the temporalis, which is on the left side of the head.
The bruising to her head, is that consistent with what's known as blunt force trauma?
In this case, it's likely. I have not seen any other particular reason why it should be there.
Did Ms. Fernandez have any injuries to her neck area?
She did. On the posterior aspect, the back of the neck, high up in the first cervical vertebrae, there's focal hemorrhage. So deep in the back of the neck, if you go into the deep muscles, there was bruising right there, up high at the top of the neck.
Are you able to make any extrapolation of the fact that she had the bruising across the top of her head and then the bruising high up on the base of her neck?
You would have to take several things together. There's bruising on the right side as well of the mouth, and there was a thing called surgical emphysema, which is air present on the right side of the mouth. There's bruising to the head, and there's bruising to the back of the neck, deep. To me, would suggest in this case that when the incident occurred, most likely was propelled forward, striking possibly the front of her face or head, which compressed the neck.
Were there any injuries to Ms. Fernandez's torso, meaning the front and or her back?
Yes. On the lower aspect of her left side of her back, there were red abrasions. Towards the middle of the lower back, there's also abrasions. And on the right buttock or gluteal region, there's also abrasions.
For the record, I'm showing counsel states 1, U for identification. Doctor, I'm showing you states 1, U for identification. Does this fairly and accurately depict the body or the back part of the body of Ms. Fernandez when she was autopsied?
It does.
This time I move states 1, U for identification and evidence.
State Exhibit 1U, previously marked for identification, will become State Exhibit number 116.
Doctor, could you step down for a moment, please? Around Ms. Fernandez's back, we see it seems to be some level of discoloration. Can you explain to the members of the jury what we might be looking at here?
This is called postmortem lividity or discoloration. So when we pass away, our circulation stops, blood will settle out of the blood vessels in the line of gravity. So if you're lying on your back and you pass away, you continue lying on your back for a number of hours, the blood will settle towards gravity. So that discoloration is that red blood cells coming out of blood vessels and settling into tissue.
Did Ms. Fernandez also have any blunt force injuries to her arms or her legs?
She did. She had several bruises to her upper arms, left and right. She also had abrasions to her right hip on the right side. There are also a number of bruises and abrasions on both lower legs, left and right.
Was an internal examination conducted on
Yes.
Ms. Fernandez's body?
Yes, it was.
Can you explain what that how that type of an internal examination would be conducted?
So the autopsy has many aspects. First of all, you get the information that is available at the start, so that would be the equivalent of your primary care doctor reviewing your chart before you go to examine you. The second part is that we do the external examination, so you're looking for signs of natural disease, injuries, clues to give you some idea of what you might be dealing with. And then we move to an internal examination, and the internal examination involves getting access to the body to examine all of the organs. That's all of them, from brain, neck, chest, abdomen. We go through all of your organs in detail, looking for disease, injuries, or clues as to why this person may have passed away.
Were the findings both from the external and internal examination of Ms. Fernandez's body consistent with her having blunt force trauma, perhaps to the head, and then subsequently drowning if she was in water?
Yes, so drowning is a diagnosis of exclusion. There is nothing in an autopsy that you will do and point your finger and go, aha, this is drowning. Drowning is a diagnosis of exclusion. It means that you must have ruled out other causes for the death. If I may explain. Anybody could be in water, swimming, walking, and have a heart attack, for example. If the heart attack is your cause of death and you happen to be in water, then it's not that you drowned, it's that you've suffered an event which has put you in a dangerous environment. So that's the reason why. We also would look at to make sure you're not intoxicated or there's some other reason that you didn't get out of the water. So once you have ruled out other causes, and the only thing you're left with is the environment to where the person was found, in this case underwater, in the result of an event that happened with a boat, we can reasonably conclude that, having ruled everything else out, that the cause of death is drowning.
Now, was a toxicology screening conducted of Ms. Fernandez's blood?
Yes, all cases get screening.
The blood sample that was used, was that ante-mortem or post-mortem, meaning prior to death or after death?
It was ante-mortem.
Was the tube of blood that was analyzed, or tubes of blood that were analyzed in this matter, dated and given a time?
Yes, they all are when they're ante-mortem. And in this case, it was the September 4, 2022, and the hour was 20 hours and 28 minutes, which is 28 minutes past 8 p.m.
And was the packaging of those tubes of blood consistent with the blood having been drawn at a hospital?
Yes.
What were the results of that toxicology testing?
A comprehensive screen for drugs and alcohol was performed, as is in all cases, and in this case there were no drugs or alcohol detected.
Now, if that's the case, does that rule out the possibility that Ms. Fernandez could have consumed alcohol earlier that day?
It does not, no.
Okay. Can you explain to the jurors why it might be possible that she could have consumed alcohol earlier in the day, yet by the time 8:30 rolls around, no alcohol is found in her body?
Objection 401, 403.
I'm sorry.
Dr. Garvin, are any of the injuries that Ms. Fernandez sustained as a result of this boating crash fatal in and of themselves?
I would not think so.
If that's the case, then why did she die?
It's the environment that she was in. According to information provided, is that there was a boating event or incident, and as a result of this, she was thrown from the boat, was under the boat or trapped under the boat. The injuries that are present, particularly to the head, the mouth, her neck, and to her forehead and sides of head, I think it's very possible that she may have been knocked unconscious, at least. Particularly with the neck injury, it tells me from experience a lot of force went through her head. So if you take into account the speed and the laws of momentum, that if she was thrown forward, that means she struck whatever she struck at that speed and then immediately went into water. If she's unconscious, and there's no reason to think that she was inhibited in any other way, then within a few minutes, if she's not recovered from that environment and brought to land or has access to breathe, she will succumb to lack of oxygen. Effectively, that's what happens to you when you are underwater and when you drown.
No further questions.
No questions, Judge.
Your excuse, thank you.
Thank you, Your Honor.
One moment, please. Your Honor, at this time, the state of Florida rests its case, having proven the elements beyond a reasonable doubt.
All right. All right, given the time, ladies and gentlemen, I think we're going to end for the day. The state is now rested. Please put your notepads inside your envelopes. You have to return tomorrow. Please be here at 9:15, 9:15, excuse me, 9:30. 9:30 tomorrow. As you were able to do so today, if you run into any difficulties, traffic issues, or any kind of problems, please let us know. All right, please contact the office and keep us informed as to your time. And 9:30 tomorrow, report to the jury room on the 7th floor. I remind you, please do not discuss this case at all with each other or with anyone else. Don't let anyone try to speak with you or in your presence about the case. If you think you see or hear anything, social media, television, newspaper, ignore it. Okay? If anyone attempts to speak with you, as I already said, about the case, please remind them you're on the jury, not speak with them. If they persist, report that to Renee, who will bring it to my attention. If you see us, we're going to also continue to ignore you. And all of us are invested in maintaining the integrity of these proceedings. Tomorrow we should have a pretty full day. And again, I'll have you back at 9:30. As the court will please take the envelopes, you have your notepads inside the envelopes, take them with you and give them to Renee. Thank you.
All rise.
acquittal.
Sure, why don't you take 10 minutes?
Thank you.
Very good, thank you.
Can we use the jury room? Did we use the jury room, Judge?
Sure.
Sergeant Brennan goes on to the first floor and gives a juror a ride to the rig.
put that on a record defense?
Judge, at this time, consistent with our pretrial motion, we move for judgment of acquittal on both counts. I'm trying to decide which to begin with. We know that the culpable negligence standard, even though it might sound like negligence, is actually by law considered the more difficult offense to prove for the state. And you'll see there's an anomaly that culpable negligence is also considered a lesser included offense of recklessness. So we're going to have a lot of complications if we get to the jury instruction phase. But for the moment, if we start with the vessel homicide, which uses the word reckless, the state has to prove more than that there was a crash, because that's res ipsa loquitur maybe for ordinary negligence, but the fact of the elision doesn't prove that this was a crime. And the fact that the object wasn't moving, in this case a marker, likewise doesn't prove it's a crime. And in the 14 or so cases that we had cited pre-trial, and we have more, and overnight, we dig every day. You encouraged us, and we've gone outside of Florida. We're going to submit to you additional points of authority. In cases where a woman walking across the street with a baby stroller gets run over, of course, it would be easy enough for the state to say that constitutes recklessness. And yet, on all of those cases that we cited to you, the Court of Appeals said it wasn't enough. And those were cases that the trial judge let it go to the jury convicted, appeal, reversed in 14 cases. So let's look at what are the facts that the state has proven here. We know the elephant in the courtroom is the state's effort to try to suggest that George Pino was impaired, but there's just no evidence of it. The evidence that they have, 2 beers over the course of several hours, in 2.5 hours, or close to 3, and no evidence that the consumption of that quantity of beer led to any kind of impairment. Every witness who has testified on that question has negated the suggestion of impairment. And we don't need to call out the witnesses, Judge, because they were all in unison on that. But I'm sure I'm going to hear about that from the state. They're going to say, well, maybe it was more than 2 beers. There's no evidence of it. And what we have is no evidence of impairment. So if we can remove impairment, remove the effort to turn this into a BUI case when it's not, what we're left with is the elision itself. The speed is not itself proof of anything. This is not a speeding case because there's no speed limit in the channel. Not then, not now. And the conditions were excellent for boating. I think you heard testimony from law enforcement officers who confirmed that. At least
Let me ask you a question. Sorry to interrupt.
Please.
Speed, you say, there's no speed limit. Okay, so is there a point where speed is reasonable or not reasonable under the totality of the circumstances of operation?
There could be in certain cases, although we know from Lizardo where the guy was driving 80 some odd miles an hour towards the Miccosukee Trail and was in fact violating the speed limit. The court said that wasn't enough. Here we have.
Well, what else was there in Lizardo?
It was speed, and he crashed right into the other car.
Besides speed in the crash, were there any other evidence of any other conduct?
I don't believe in Lizardo. I think that was the gravamen of, and still the judge let it go to the jury.
I understand that.
Well, let me say, Lizardo was the conditional plea. The court rejected the motion to dismiss.
I understand.
Right, and so Lizardo makes clear that even way over speed limit is not enough.
Speed alone.
Right, and here we don't even have a violation of a speed limit.
Because there is none.
Exactly.
That's my question. What? Would there ever be speed on the water that could be considered unusable?
There could be. If, for example, the vessel that was being used can't handle the speed, for example. That's one example. This boat, the Robalo, there's no doubt that this boat is built to handle that level of speed. So in that case, there's no suggestion that speed in and of itself put anybody's life in jeopardy. If the elision had not occurred, speed would have put nobody at risk. The speed itself did not create, there was no other boat in the channel, there's no risk of elision. I mean, there's no risk of collision, there was an elision. And so the speed itself did not jeopardize the lives of anybody on that boat. Now, we have the evidence of the law enforcement officers who themselves were operating at that speed. I think one officer said he was traveling between 40 and 45 miles an hour with passengers, the less injured passengers on the bow, seated on the floor of the boat, and thought it was perfectly safe. So you have that evidence to consider in terms of whether George Pino drove in a way that's any more dangerous than the way law enforcement says was not dangerous. This suggestion that having 7 passengers on the front seating, the way the boat is designed, again, no evidence that put them at risk under the conditions that we have. So by way of example, you didn't hear anything about choppy seas, precipitation, conditions were ideal. So this boat was built for this speed, with this number of passengers. So we take alcohol impairment, not proven. Speed, not excessive, not unreasonable for the conditions that happened here. Whether there had been 7 passengers in the bow or just 1 passenger in the bow, the elision it's the elision that caused the injuries and the death. It wasn't the number of passengers or the speed. Had the speed been 30 miles an hour and you go into a fixed object, someone could be seriously hurt if not killed. So the speed isn't the issue. The issue, I think, what the state's best case is that the operator, George Pino, didn't see the marker. Because I think everybody agrees had he seen it, he would not have never intended to hit it, and he would have avoided if he had seen it. And so the question is,
I don't have any evidence in front of me that, no evidence that Mr. Pino, I don't believe, because I think the state's charges would have been different. Mr. Pino, viewing and seeing the marker, drove that boat into the marker.
that was their point in opening statement, that it would have been a murder charge, right? That's their point.
Okay.
So we assume that their theory is he did not see it, because if he had, they'd be charging a much different crime. And so if you assume that he just didn't see it, for whatever reason he was distracted, that doesn't prove culpable negligence, doesn't prove recklessness. That's negligence at best. You didn't see the stop sign. You ran the stop sign. Your defense, why did you run the stop sign? Because I didn't see it, Your Honor. And I ran the stop sign. 99 times out of 100, nobody gets killed when there's a stop sign run. But on the one time that someone is running the stop sign, that's plain view, the driver says he didn't see it, does not result in homicide charges. I didn't see the light. I missed it. Yes, I've been through that intersection 100 times. The light turned red. I was distracted. I went through the intersection. Someone gets killed. That is not culpable negligence. That's not recklessness. It has to be a course of conduct so wanton, so willful, so consciously indifferent to the outcome. There has to be some depravity in the mind of the operator, not just a lapse in missing the stop sign or not yielding in going into an intersection, entering I-95 and not yielding to a car that's coming and an accident happens. Because, of course, once contact is made with another object, someone's going to get hurt. But that doesn't turn it into a crime. And whatever your view is about recklessness, Judge, as to culpable negligence, if McCreary, the state of Florida Supreme Court, means something, we're not quite sure what it means, it has to be even, I guess, more depravity of heart in the way that the operator was operating the vessel. So we're struggling to understand what the difference between those two standards are. So as far as manslaughter goes, the more, call it, serious charge, I don't know how the state's going to distinguish between recklessness and culpable negligence, but whatever those tests are, the state's easier argument's it's got to be recklessness, And yet, we still don't have anything that the state has offered to explain other than the elision itself. They're defining recklessness as the fact that the elision occurred. But that proves too much. That's just res ipsa loquitur. That's just ordinary negligence. Thank you, Judge.
Thank you so much. All right, state, prima facie evidence, your standard, your burden.
The standard, Your Honor, is that no rational trier of fact could find that the state of Florida met the elements of these two offenses beyond and to the exclusion of every reasonable doubt. Moreover, at this stage in the trial, the court has to give every inference in favor to the state. The state submits, we have submitted competent and substantial evidence that a rational trier of fact could in fact use to find the state has met the elements. Number one, as to vessel homicide, that George Pino operated his vessel in a reckless manner likely to cause the death of or great bodily harm to another person, and two, that his reckless operation of the vessel caused or contributed to the cause of death of Lucy Fernandez. I don't need to instruct the court, obviously, on what the definition of recklessness is. But
Willful and wanton disregard.
Yes.
Right, for the safety of persons.
Intentional, knowing, or purposeful is willful.
Okay.
So to the extent that Your Honor now has not just the evidence from the state's traverse for the sworn motion to dismiss that was filed pre-trial, but now the court has heard actual evidence to show that this defendant changed course of direction that placed him on a complete collision course with channel marker 15. That is an intentional, knowing, and purposeful act. Not that he is intentionally and purposefully going to try to run into the channel marker, but that he's the one at the helm dictating what the speed of that vessel will be and what the heading of that vessel will be. To the extent that wanton means conscious and intentional difference to consequences, and with the knowledge that damage is likely to be done to persons or property, we have that as well, Your Honor. The evidence is clear and unrebutted that this defendant, by his own words, by the words from his GPS device, and from the words of other witnesses, this man knows that body of water very well. He's been through that channel a multiple number of times. On top of that, Judge, he's gone past specifically channel marker 15 numerous times. So if you know where that channel marker is, and you nevertheless decide to pursue a course in your vessel that puts you on a collision course with it, and which I know Your Honor was not in a position to see all the video footage, which of course is available to the court. But when Mr. Albert was on the stand, I would stop, pause those videos to show that way before even where that final track mark is, channel marker 15 is clearly visible. The sun wasn't in the defendant's eyes as he's heading toward the east, and the sun would be setting in the west. There's no evidence that there's anything to obstruct his view. What there is evidence of is that this defendant either was driving blindfolded, looking somewhere else other than where he was supposed to go, because he had 9 seconds plus to say, oh my goodness, I need to change course.
So is that the level of wantonness and willfulness that defines the actions as reckless?
Yes, because
versus ordinary negligence.
This is way more, Judge. This isn't, oops, I ran a stop sign. This is, I see a stop sign in the road in front of me and I'm going to run right into it. This isn't a momentary lapse of reason. This is a course of conduct that anyone, especially someone with his level of boating experience, would know. If you run into a stationary steel pole that is in the bay for the purpose of keeping you safe, that has a day glow green marker, and you just run into it when it's right in front of you in broad daylight, how is that possible? Other than, as I said in my opening statement, you're checked out, you're zoned out. I don't know what was going on. The defense has done an admirable job defending the defendant against a charge of boating under the influence manslaughter. But I've never charged him with that offense. I've never said that he was impaired. He's the one that put into issue that he had been drinking alcohol, and that was corroborated by his wife and by two other witnesses, Mr. Fernandez as well as Carolina Monterey. So the fact that he had alcohol in his system is clearly an issue that goes along with the knowledge of this location.
Well, do you think that that establishes a failure to use ordinary care? In other words, I asked the state, what evidence have you presented to establish that Mr. Pino exhibited a failure to use, beyond a failure to use ordinary care?
If the court thinks that the only thing
That's
ordinary...
negligence. That's the...
If the court believes that running for 9 seconds right into a channel marker that's clearly and highly visible in broad daylight at this...
What were the efforts to avoid? Was that the last, was there from the GPS data?
There was no effort to avoid until like a second before impact, when I guess he finally snaps to it and is like, oh my goodness. And that's why we have that one last track mark. But at the rate of speed that he was traveling with the weight of all those passengers on that vessel is not agile to the point where it can not hit that channel marker. He put into play a series of events that led to him striking that channel marker. And it's not res ipsa loquitur. The fact that he ran into it in and of itself, of course, is not proof that he was reckless. But we don't have just res ipsa loquitur. We have GPS. We have testimony about his knowledge of that location. We have testimony about the weight added to his vessel.
Well, there have to be certain willful decisions, right?
And how about a willful decision not to course correct when you see that you have a deadly channel marker ahead of you if you don't course correct? Inaction in this situation was the action.
That's what I was getting. Could that be, in terms of evidence, the evidence of failure to act, cause the conduct or lack of conduct to rise to the level of something done ordinary?
Absolutely. And Judge, I would strongly urge the court, because of, unfortunately, the makeup and the design of this courtroom, it's impossible for the court to see.
No, I can see it.
On the screen? Oh, from the mirror, Your Honor could see it? Okay. I take that back, sorry. That being said, then, I would think that the court can all the more appreciate that if a person has every reason in the world to see a hazard up ahead and has all the means available to avoid that, and that person doesn't take any action, then that person is choosing a course of conduct that is going to likely result in death or serious bodily injury. And that is wanton. So have I established with competent substantial evidence that the defendant was reckless because he was willful and wanton? Yes, but the crime of vessel homicide requires the state only to prove that he was willful or wanton. I submit the evidence shows both. And as to the charge of manslaughter, the state charged the defendant with manslaughter under 2 theories. Yes, one of those theories is culpable negligence, which, yes, we know from case law is considered a higher burden of proof than even recklessness.
Well, isn't that interesting, because isn't that the lesser for the vessel homicide?
The opposite. Vessel homicide.
Vessel homicide being the lesser of the manslaughter.
It can be, yes, depending on how the charges are pled. In this particular case, the state chose to charge the defendant with each of those offenses separately. And it's my intention to argue to the jurors that, yes, this evidence is competent, substantial to prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the defendant acted recklessly. However, I am willing and prepared to go the extra step and say, but not only was it reckless, it also rises to the level of, and this is where I get to the point of the way that the state charged the defendant with manslaughter. I charged him with manslaughter by causing the death of Luciana Fernandez through his own culpable negligence, but I also charged him with manslaughter by intentionally committing an act or acts that caused the death of Ms. Fernandez. And here, the after acts was his decision to continue to plow forward as fast as that vessel could go, given the weight that was on that vessel, headlong into a channel marker that he knew was there, with a boat full of 17-year-olds, many of whom had been engaged in consumption of alcohol, so that if, heaven forbid, there's an emergency, their ability to react to it is going to be less, which, in addition, that none of them are wearing life jackets.
You know, you come back to that.
In part because it seemed that the court understood that recklessness is not just the way that you drive your boat, it's all of the factors taken into account.
Well, again, not just the way you drive a boat, but when we talk about all of the factors, it's not a type of contributory negligence, because if the girls were drinking or not drinking. Do you understand what I'm saying? See, I don't know how the ability of the girls to respond or not respond go to the criminality, if it is, of Mr. Pino.
Because if Mr. Pino is on notice that the passengers on his vessel are going to be less able to react in an emergency, but he nevertheless places them in a position where they are going to be facing an emergency, then his decision to consciously disregard their vulnerability goes to him being A, reckless, and B, culpably negligent.
They're not taking steps beforehand to prepare all of the circumstances, given all the circumstances, to prepare for a worst case scenario. To anticipate.
When you have precious cargo, when you have vulnerable cargo, if a person is driving with, 100 cartons of eggs, they're going to be a little more careful than if they're driving around with 20 cans of, vegetables. You got to be aware of who your passengers are. And he was acutely aware of who they were, first of all, because he's known many of them for years. Second of all, because he and his wife were supplying many of them with alcohol. And third, because we can see the girls are obviously having a good time, and they've already talked about the fact that they were consuming. I'm not charging him with, providing alcohol to minors. But the fact that that did happen does go to the vulnerability of his passengers, and it means that he has a duty to keep them safe. And could he have maybe done that better by driving slower, by maybe operating his vessel on the proper side of the channel? All of those things are things that go to his culpable negligence. And the concept that...
So he becomes culpably negligent in your argument. And it's gross and flagrant, because it has to be gross and flagrant and apparent, by, for example, not supplying life vests to all girls, by not driving slower. Is that what you...
What I would say, Your Honor, is this. If there was no one on that vessel besides the defendant and his wife, and if his wife was in a life jacket, but he was traveling at this rate of speed, following this course that we know down the Cutter Bank Channel, and slammed into that channel marker, if God forbid his wife had died, he would be guilty of reckless homicide. He would be guilty of vessel homicide, because his decision to operate his vessel in that way, where it was likely that death or great bodily harm would result, was reckless. But what makes this cross that threshold from reckless into culpable negligence is the fact that the boat wasn't just with one other person. And the other people on that vessel were not wearing life jackets. The people on that vessel were minors. The people on that vessel, many of them, had been consuming alcohol. The defendant himself admits that he had been consuming alcohol. And so that's what makes this, for lack of a better term, reckless plus. And that is why the state charged him not just with vessel homicide, but also with manslaughter. Also factoring in, forget about the navigational rules for a charge of vessel homicide. But we know what they are. The jury's heard evidence of it. The court obviously can take judicial notice of what the navigational rules are. And then when we compound that recklessness with the fact that he is obviously not keeping lookout, when we compound it with the fact that he's operating at a speed that's not safe, that he did not do anything to avoid A, the risk of a collision, or B, to avoid the collision itself, that's what places this case in the category of reckless plus. And that's why the state submits, Judge, that viewing the light most favorable to the state, this court has to deny the motion for a judgment of acquittal.
Yeah, it sort of sounds like she's saying that he actually did intend to run into the piling. Because now she's saying that he turned, went straight ahead, and he took no action as if he intended to do it. But I thought when we started this conversation, we understood that that's not what the state's theory at least was until today. Till today, the theory was he didn't see the piling. If he had, he'd be charged with murder. But it sounds to me like she's now saying, well, maybe he did commit murder.
I'm not sure I interpreted the argument.
Well, what is she saying? That because he'd been there before, he should have known it was there and he should have taken action to avoid it? Okay, as if he knows it's there and he's still driving in a way that is going to put everybody in harm's way with some mens rea. Up till now, I thought their theory was that he just didn't see it. Had he seen it, he obviously would not have kept going to hit it. And when he got, apparently the boat took evasive action within a second or so of striking the piling when it became clear that there was going to be a collision, an elision. So it sounds to me that they're sort of mixing the two concepts. I think that there's no evidence that, as she said, he was blindfolded. And the case law is just super clear. Let's just go to the cases, and these are the instructions that I understand you'll be giving the jury from the Esposito case. Neither carelessness nor ordinary negligence in the operation of a vessel are sufficient to sustain a conviction for vessel homicide. Simple negligence cannot by itself give rise to criminal liability. Quote, the degree of culpability required for a vehicular homicide, vessel homicide, is more than a mere failure to use ordinary care. Speed alone does not constitute reckless conduct unless the speed is shown to be grossly excessive. The presence of central nervous system depressants like alcohol in the bloodstream after the crash in and of itself is insufficient to support a finding of reckless operation of a vessel. So you see these cases continue to make clear it's just not enough even to have alcohol in your system is not enough. And here there's no evidence of impairment. The state must prove beyond a reasonable doubt that the act was not the result of momentary lapse of memory, inattention, or mistake of judgment. A finding of simple inattentiveness is woefully insufficient to state a prima facie case of reckless driving, open paren, willful, and wanton driving behavior. That's State versus Esposito, a direct quote. And so you have a standard here that requires some intentional act, but not simply he intended to drive the vessel. We all understand he was intending to operate the vessel. The question is, was he intending to put his passengers in harm's way and intentionally aiming at the marker, which I thought we understood would constitute a depraved heart and could support murder if his intention was to hit the marker. And then the idea that if there's a carton of eggs on board, that somehow changes the duty of care. I think that's the analogy that the state was using. The fact that some of the passengers may be of a younger age or some are intoxicated. Of course, if he hits the piling, whether you're intoxicated or not, whether you're old or young, that could cause serious injury, bodily harm, and death. So again, I think they continue to define the crime by the elision itself. And under their theory, catastrophic injury coupled with an elision equals reckless per se. That's what they're telling you. Ask the state to define a scenario where that wouldn't be the case. elision plus catastrophic injury. That's what they're relying upon, to say that when that happens, it's a crime. But that's not what the case law says, Judge. Thank you.
Very good. Thank you. I will give you my decision on motions in the morning. I'll see you all in the morning at 9:30. And that's, I think, all we have, isn't it?
Thank you.
Thank you.